Good morning, everyone, to the June 12th Standing Policy Committee on Public Works at City Hall. We're in the chamber. I'd like to welcome my councillor colleagues, Councillor Chambers, Councillor Eadie, Councillor Sharma, our clerk, Mr. Prinsloo, the public service who is here. I'd like to welcome people watching online and in the gallery to our meeting today. I'd like to start by acknowledging we're in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis, and their drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. Councillor Eadie, do you want to pass the minutes of the or move the minutes of the last meeting?
I'll move the minutes of the last agenda and consent items.
Okay, all right, all in favor? Aye. Aye. I didn't call it to order, but I guess I could call it to order. All right. Now, Councillor Chambers, would you like to take the chair for me for a minute?
Yes, I will.
All right, okay. So I want to bring your attention to item number 16 on the agenda. Item number 16, the public service is requesting an extension of 30 days. So that means the public service is requesting an extension of 30 days to the next Public Works meeting, which is July 5th, I believe. Is it the 3rd? July 3rd. July 3rd. So I'd like to suspend the rules to not hear any delegations today on that item because we're laying it over. We're going to be hearing all the details on July 3rd. So this is my motion to suspend the rules to not hear any delegations today on item number 16. So.
There's no representations. Order. I'll have to clear the gallery if there's representations. So we have a motion on the table. Do you have any questions or comments, Councillor Eadie?
I'm just in terms of dealing with it on July the 3rd, I think that is appropriate. You know, this committee is expecting the city to do some works along Wellington Crescent, and this is not the time. I know people are impatient because a speeder who is driving over 100 kilometers an hour caused a problem where the city is moving to try to protect cyclists and pedestrians, for that matter, along Wellington Crescent, and so I'm okay with not hearing today, and we can hear from these people on July 3rd.
So that's the motion. That's the motion that's on the floor.
That's the motion currently.
You're in chair.
Yeah, I'm in the chair. That's the motion currently on the table. I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Okay.
I'm a nurse and I took a day off to be here.
Security,
On
can you clear
item
the
number
gallery,
1.
please?
Unacceptable. We did this
Have the security remove.
Yeah.
Who's our
Security, can you? Security,
Remove them.
Councillor Orlico.
security, can you move in, please? Thank you.
Councillor Orlico, first delegation. Councillor Orlico. Good morning, Councillor Orlico. You're speaking to report number 6.
Yeah, I am. I'm speaking to number 6. It's about some of us have probably already experienced it or going to be experiencing some of the changes regarding, sorry, my ribs still hurt, regarding the changes to bus stops, parking, which is still unconcerned, not too sure what's going on there, related to the new transit routes. And while I respect the fact that the department is very busy trying to roll out this massive project, the comment I got back was we're too busy to talk to the businesses. That to me is just completely unacceptable. These people, they work very hard. They have questions. And yeah, to be able to meet with them for a few minutes, that's all it would have taken. I found out yesterday that they actually only received the information. I thought they had it way back when. They received it 2 days ago. And again, So the balls is already rolling. But again, I went there and I talked to a number of businesses. I think what they're planning for Grosvenor Square is dangerous. I know they have the textbook that says this is where we want stuff to go. Many of these intersections, and probably the ones that will have the most pain, are the ones where the intersection is weird. So you have Grosvenor on we've lost Grosvenor at 18. We're not too happy about that, but what is, what is. But again, so they're moving bus shelters around, bus stops around, but also all the parking moves around too. Do they have, for example, does the Grove still have a loading dock? They really want to know that. I thought the department could come out and explain that to them. What about moving a bus stop over here rather than here? The fact that the Stafford bus that's turning up Grosvenor East, I'm just not sure how that's going to possibly work, because right now we have an active transportation road there that goes from Grosvenor all the way down Grosvenor. But in that quadrant from Stafford to Wellington Crescent, it's so narrow already, we couldn't actually continue. It's a gap in the system. And now we're going to try to put a bus on there and a bus stop right in the corner. Traffic is going to be backed up everywhere. This intersection, Grove and mostly the Grove, they've had cars ram through their building because the intersection is so brutal already. So when I met with them yesterday, and then Miles will be here later on to explain his perspective, I actually was very concerned about actually some of these changes. And I know they're going to say, well, safety is important. Well, I think this is really unsafe. I need to be convinced it isn't. But again, I don't have that opportunity at all. They're just saying, well, we can't talk to you, can't talk to the residents, can't talk to the business owners because we're really busy. Well, maybe that's just not acceptable. I respect the fact they're busy, but again, these are people's livelihoods. They're worried. And again, to allow them to say, well, we're just not going to talk to you. To me, that just got the little hair I have in my head all fell out on that one. You know, my position on public consultation is a little bit stronger than maybe, not everybody, but we all do know we care about these people, the people who put their blood, sweat, and tears into these businesses. They deserve the right to be heard. They actually also deserve the right to also not just be heard, which I'm worried is, heard and say, okay, you know what, maybe we can move the bus depot, the bus stop over there. It does make sense. For example, one bus stop they want to put in there, I don't know how they're going to put it in there. Like there's a hydro pole, there's tons of things there. It's going to just be a mess. So we're going to put a sign up. Another spot they said, well, we're going to put parking there. Well, there's no parking on that side of the street all the way down Grosvenor, unless we're going to rip out 2 huge oak trees to do a bump out. That's not great. So I know that and they have item number 7 today, which is another one about, hey, let's not make anything too permanent yet. I think that's really advisable. I don't think people know what's going to happen. So all I know that the Public Works is already drilling holes and poles and putting stuff like that. Really, there's a lot of opportunities to keep it status quo. And I know what the book says. I know what the transit manuals say. But you got to put it in the context of where it's happening. And I think the context where it's happening here versus what the books may say don't match. We have to look at the context and the safety. So I want to raise that today. I want to, and then one councillor on your committee said, well, what do you want, John? Well, what I like them to do is actually listen to the people, go there and talk to them, listen to them, but not listen to them just to do a pro forma. We listen to you now. Actually really care what they have to say and see if there are some amendments that do make some sense. So that's what I'm asking. I think the public deserves that. These businesses deserve that. And I got to say, I'm more than a little disappointed. The reply I got from was no. And again, I've assumed, rightfully or wrongly, but I have my email to say they were going to talk to them. Never happened, though. I'm amazed when I got there yesterday and they said, no, we just got this 2 days ago. The information Councillor Lukes and I got previously on this, that wasn't actually passed on to the businesses until a couple days ago. So again, it's just a really horrible way to roll out a program. So I think if I have this one problem, I'm not sure how many more are out there. We've got to be very careful before we start chopping down trees, doing bump outs, spending astronomical amounts of money in infrastructure where the spot just may be really bad. So I know what I'm talking about, so John, why don't you just be quiet and sit in the corner? I'm not here to do that. I'm saying, you know what? They do, they're experts, but we also have the context. So we really, that's what I'm asking today. Have them talk to them properly. Don't do all the radical changes. Some of them may not be radical until we've had an opportunity to really look at this intersection. And again, I think item 7, first time I read it, I was going, but now I think item 7 is actually very, very legit at this point. We're all going to face it. And just to say, well, we're not going to change anyways, that to me is unacceptable. So that's why I'm here today to plead that case for I know Councillor Rollins may be speaking as well. I'm talking about my side of the street, which is Stafford, Grosvenor to the north. That's my side of the street, and then it cuts back over, then I have all Grosvenor on the bottom end. So Councillor Rollins may speak to the other, on her side of the block, but I've seen opportunities in there where we can just leave the bus stop where it is. It's only a half a block or behind a back lane. Be much more, like for example, they have the one where they want to put in front of the Grove. All the cars, 1 minute, 30 seconds? Once you put a bus there, I'm not sure how cars are going to turn into Stafford. Stafford is a major thoroughfare. I spent 18 years of this job trying to make Stafford the main artery corridor to go around River Heights. So Stafford to Taylor, that's called the Mid-Ward Corridor, I'm calling it. Spent many, many times. This, to me, will just drive more traffic into the residential neighborhoods as well. So again, I'm asking for a little bit of, I'm not going to say common sense, but a little respect for the neighborhood and the businesses that do so much work. That's it.
Okay, any questions? Councillor Eady.
So help me out exactly what's happening at this is Stafford and Grover.
Yeah, Grosvenor Square.
So is it the southbound bus stop?
There's about 4 or 5 changes on bus stops. Some of them are my ward, some of them are Councillor Rollins' ward.
Okay,
Some,
Councillor Rollins is on the north side, right?
she's on the south side of Grosvenor, just above Stafford, the south east side. That's her side. Mine is everything else.
Right. So you're here opposed to any of the bus stop changes?
No, again, I do respect, and I wish we could respect the residents as well. I'm not the full expert, but I'm here to say they have I think there's alternatives, but I'm not an expert. I'd like to have an opportunity to talk to them about it, the administration. But again, it doesn't appear that they want to talk about that either. My way or the highway, we're doing it. And so that to me is the unacceptable part. I see, for example, the one on Stafford, that they want to move closer to the intersection that goes southbound. Leave it where it is. It's about down by Dorchester. Leave it there. Now we can have cars turning in. Take the one.
Dorchester's where Calvin is?
No, Dorchester is the other way towards Corden.
Right.
The other one, the Grove one, is there the opportunity to move it to the other side of the back lane where it's a small businesses but it doesn't have that much traffic, and now allow it to have a stacking lane so when cars are trying to get into Stafford, they're not going to block all of Grosvenor up. They can actually take that right corner and stack on that side for a bit, and then when the light changes, move into Stafford. So again, I'm not an expert, but again, the fact that the administration is saying, well, we know it's best, don't no more consultation or talking to you because we're too busy, that to me got me quite appalled.
So if I understand this, there's a stop before a back lane, there's a back lane, and then there's Grosvenor.
Correct. Right now, the one that they want to move is in front of Councillor Rollins' office, actually. Nothing to do with Councillor Rollins. That may stay. That could also stay, in my opinion. They want to move that across Grosvenor in front of the Grove and the Cuckoo Tree business, which I think is dangerous. They all want, because we lost the 18, they need to move that bus stop that was on the the west side of Grosvenor and move that across the street in front of Lilac Bakery, which I think is problematic as well, but I'll let Councillor Rollins speak to that. Then they want to move the one that's on Dorchester now back towards Grosvenor. So they want to bundle all these stops in the 4 corners in a street that's pretty, I'm not sure even how they're going to do that without causing huge traffic problems and safety problems.
All right. So have you and those businesses given any consideration to the pedestrians that are using the buses who actually live in the neighborhood?
Yeah, well, again, as I say, I'm not.
Yeah, because it's not about, like, you don't want people in the neighborhood, but,
These bus stops have been, most of the ones I'm talking about, if you just left, they've been there since I've been a little boy.
Yeah, I know.
They work fine. I don't think we need to rejig everything. There's some you just leave where they are. There's only one I think needs to move, and that's about maybe 75 meters.
well, I'm interested that they didn't get rid of any when they have a policy of, 500 meters between.
Yeah, they just moved them around
or
because of the new
whatever it
routes.
is, 400 meters.
It's really the big movement is because they've lost the 18 that goes north or west down Grover is gone. So that bus stop had to move to the other side. But then they moved all the other ones also moved to put them all on the intersection, which I think in this case, because the street's so whacked.
But nobody's, I'll be asking the administration, but nobody's given consideration to the pedestrians who'd be getting on and off the bus, who have to cross the street to transfer and so on and so
So
forth.
my point is, no one's been given any consideration, period.
Did you-
There'd be no consultation with anybody. It just popped up recently. They haven't talked to the neighborhood. They should have put signs up about the transfer the bus stops before, but no one is even aware of what's going on. So yes, I agree. The public should be aware of what's going on, including those businesses. At this point, it's just,
Transit-
we're doing this, too bad.
Transit users should be made aware, yeah.
I have a question. Were you able to speak to Transit in detail about this?
Again, I was so mad after that email a couple days ago.
Got it.
I'd be really just focused on the businesses and getting their voice heard.
Okay. Okay, all right. Okay, Councillor Olico, we hear you on this. We'll
Thank you.
speak to
Deliberate.
Transit. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Just
Oh.
one question. So I'm looking at the street view of Grosvenor and Stafford.
Yep.
So the stops that you're talking about, both southbound direction and northbound direction, I'm seeing where they're at, and you're saying that they're moving all of those?
I think the one that is, the one that's on, which is is an example of why you should leave it. There's one that's on the west side of Stafford, down closer to Yale, on the other side of the back lane. That one, I believe, is staying.
Okay.
But that's the only one that still is staying. All the other ones are moving.
So when I was talking to the department about the one on Osborne, they said it's safer to have buses load and unload on the far side of intersections, right? That's what they're moving to. Because, and I think we all know this, when the bus is parked at the intersection, you want to go by the bus, you don't know if the bus is moving, you want to turn right. They say it's safer from all their studies to have it on the other side of the intersection.
Yeah, and that's what they're saying for sure, but I'm not even sure if they've done any traffic studies associated with those changes.
Okay.
I think, in a textbook it says it's safer, but when you put it in the context of the street, I would question that, especially the one where the Grove is. I think that's going to be incredibly problematic. And I believe the Lilac one will be problematic as well, because you're just going to bundle it. The street narrows so bad over there, you're just going to create a big roadblock.
Okay. Okay, one more and then that's it.
Just one more question.
Yeah.
So, I forgot, jeez, I went and forgot it, sorry.
Okay.
Senior moment, hang on. It's an important question. So the businesses are opposed to having a bus stop in front of there. So my question is, given that these are so close to the corner, are people even allowed to park there anyway?
They have parking restrictions at 3:30 to 5:30 or in the morning. There's some parking restrictions there. That's to keep the flow of Stafford moving. But there's only one, in my case, there's only one side of the street that's actually being really impacted, which is the one in front of the Grove. So I'm just asking it to, and again, I don't know if it's the right solution, but we have one example on the other side of the street where it just moves farther away from the intersection for safety reasons and for the businesses. So just go in front of Minook's, Neil's place, that's on just the other side of the back lane.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Stable? Okay,
Okay,
thank you, everybody.
Councillor Olico.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to keep moving along here. Our next delegation is Councillor Bruati, to be heard with respect to bus stop removal and relocation review report number 7.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you here today. Again, 2.5 weeks to the launch of the new transit network. Very exciting times. I think we all recognize that the new grid system, the frequent and collector routes. It's the biggest change in a generation for Winnipeg Transit. I think one thing that maybe I missed a little bit was also the proposed changes to bus stop locations. There's going to be a lot of bus stops removed, a lot of new stops created, new major transfer points. It all makes sense on paper, but the reality is, I think we're probably going to find very quickly that some don't work. I wouldn't be shocked if transit goes and moves, citywide, a couple dozen of them within the first couple weeks. But more realistically, they're pretty firm about not making any changes for a year. I'd like them to come back and look. Hey, I'm not talking about massive changes, but when they removed 2 stops and the stop in the middle was the one that maybe should have been kept, maybe there's an opportunity to move some stops back. There's a location on Henderson Highway that some residents made me aware of where going northbound, the nearest stop to the lights is now a lot further from the lights where people can properly cross the street. Maybe a different stop should have been removed and one kept. That's the discussion I think we need to have. And rather than wait a full year, I'd like a review to come back in January. While we're doing that, though, we have a lot of infrastructure on the streets, whether it's sidewalks or bus shelters. I'd like Winnipeg Transit not to remove those pieces of infrastructure until that review is done. I know at major transfer points, we do need bus shelters right away, and those are being done, and I've seen that. So that's good. I am curious about the locations of these stops. I do agree, on paper that having well, not on paper, but in reality, having the stop before a turning point, a street, is dangerous. You can just go stand outside City Hall where you are. How many cars make that right-hand turn onto William Avenue in front of City Hall while there's buses trying to take off? It can certainly be challenging and dangerous. On the flip side, though, I'm looking at Gateway Road, which is also a two-way street. There's stops, say, just past Springfield Road. There's going to be vehicles going around those buses. They're going to have trouble taking off when there's a full stream of cars, in the afternoon rush hour, for example. So I do see some problems operationally, but perhaps there too. So anyways, what I'm saying is let's get a review back in January and let's leave that infrastructure in place so we don't have to recreate it, next year when we're ready to make some decisions on those stops.
Okay, any questions from the committee? Councillor Eady?
So I'm hearing about traffic issues. Transit buses right now deal with transit problems, say like
So sorry, I was maybe confusing the issue a little bit, Councillor
I'm
Eady.
saying
My motion is only 2 parts. One, let's have that review back on stop locations within 6 months to council and to your committee and onto council, and to leave sidewalks and shelters at least generally in place. If you need to remove the glass or just take it off the street temporarily, that's fine, but not to permanently remove any shelter bases, for example.
all right.
That's the only thing I really want to talk about today. I don't really want to confuse it about other operational aspects.
Well, so don't move the stops, or remove stops. That's what you're saying right now. So for example, well, no, hang
physically,
on. What's the criteria that you would set? Because I've got a request not to remove a stop because it's dangerous to get off on other stops on the same stretch of Main Street. Is that a reason to not move a stop when all the stops along Main Street south of Selkirk can be dangerous?
Sorry, Ross, if I wasn't clear. What I'm saying is we're launching with the new network. We're launching with the new stops as Transit has come out with. It's too late at this point to make a wholesale change and put more stops back. The timings would all be off. I would not recommend that today at all. All I'm saying is where we have today physical infrastructure literally in the ground, sidewalks, concrete poured, bus shack bases, stuff like that. The stops will not be there as of June 29th. However, in 6 months, when we've looked at it and decided, it did make more sense to have the stop there than another location. What I'm saying is to save the cost of recreating that infrastructure, that physical infrastructure stay in place, the stops would not exist there. The bus would not stop at these former bus stops. The signs will be removed. The concrete may stay in place, but yeah, just to keep the physical asset there.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Right,
Thank you, Councillor Brouillard. The points you've made are very valid. I support those comments. You know, with respect to the fact that you've made a comment that this is a generational change, it is. Largest transformation of transit in over 70 years. But there will also be some challenges with this changeover. And as a result, it would be more prudent for us to consider the existing infrastructure, leave it in place, and observe and assess whether or not we need to go back to some of those currently existing locations and maintain them. So I support your comments here this morning, and I will support your amendments to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I just want to make a comment here, Councillor Brady. So you're wanting them to look at this and come back in December?
I think it was January, I think what the motion said.
Okay, so throughout the summer, the schedule is very light, right? People aren't really taking transit like they are in the fall. So then in September, the new schedule starts, right? September, October, November, December. So that's really when we're going to see the really full-out use of this. So that's only 4 months. So you're saying you want them to, and they're never going to get a report back by the end of December for the January meeting. It won't be till like February, March, April. So do you really think that 4 months is long enough for them to get the feedback and everything on the transit stops? I don't think it is, but.
I think you'll start getting to some idea. I appreciate that, the way that they've designed the whole network, it's timed based on having fewer stops in many locations or in many cases. And I think we have to understand and respect that. It takes time per stop. And if you add a whole bunch of extra stops along Henderson Highway, it changes the timing and the new network doesn't work. And, they've worked it out very carefully. There's going to be hiccups, but they have done a good job, I think, working this all out. So my advice, I think, would be to, let's take a look. I think, 4 months of, real usage, I think is enough to get some early signals and identify those biggest problems right off the bat. And, we probably need another update in a year for, more operational reasons. But if there's reasons why after 4 months, we've seen some locations where it's just simply not working, I think that is enough time.
Okay, so we'll listen to what they have to say on that. So, okay, thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, didn't see that. One more question.
Councillor Brouillard, I may have missed this earlier. Did you have discussions with the public service regarding your motion, and what were their thoughts?
No, I did not float this particular motion. Again, it is my understanding that they were coming back after a year. I just think, again, in terms of the network, in terms of letting that all sort itself out, I do think we do need a full year on that personally. But in terms of the stops, in terms of making some adjustments to those stops, I think 6 months is more appropriate. Again, it's not normal that a transit system would do these two things at the same time necessarily, doing a complete revamp of the network as well as a stop rationalization due to the limited resources they have. I understand why they did do it together.
Okay.
But in terms of public, perceptions and, public usability of transit in many cases, there may be big groups of people that if there isn't a stop in front of, I don't know, hypothetically, Mount Carmel Clinic, Councillor Eadie. There's a big user group that takes the bus regularly and may not be able to use it due to a change, for example. So I think we do need to look at some of these realities sooner than a year. Some of these businesses that, if there's a case where it's been determined it's unreasonably detrimental to move the stop. I'm not saying the Grove is that case, but hypothetically, let's say it is. Let's deal with that before, a year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? Okay, Councillor Eadie?
Just one quick question with infrastructure. So if in January and they're going to make changes, they're still not going to happen until construction season, right?
Correct, but they won't be starting to remove stuff this summer and they won't be removing stuff in the fall. they'll leave it in place until, you're right, next construction system to be completely reasonable.
Okay? All right. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Barati, Councillor Barati, for your presentation, and we'll be speaking to Public Works about this, to transit.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, I guess we have a motion for suspension of the rules to hear Councillor Rowlands.
Yeah, I'll also move.
Okay, Councillor Reedy, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Thank you very much. I'm here to sort of pick up where the last two speakers dropped off. And I want to frame the discussion first, though, in public consultation, engagement, and what we've known since doing the Strategic Priorities Action Plan is sort of the yes first culture that we're trying to engage in as part of the Strategic Priorities Action Plan. And I think it's important to start with that consultative engagement, and that we're trying to encourage all of the city to be city builders and come before council and engage in the active city building, to place the motion that City Centre had to do a few months ago after months and months of talking to the department and saying fundamentally, can you talk to one business? Councillor Sharma, Madam Chair, asked a very good question, as you all have, saying, have you talked to the department? And the answer from me and Councillor Orlikow has been yes. There has been countless emails that I am happy to share with you with respect to the South Osborne Biz experience, the Grosvenor Biz experience, and the downtown Biz experience on concerns around the rollout. And I really want you to understand that I believe both things can be true, that the department will likely do a fantastic job with very little resources doing the largest one-day transition of a transit system in the world. We know it's in North America. They should be acknowledged by you and by me for doing exactly that and having the ambition and listening to council and residents who want to be riders and they want to do mode shift. But please understand both things can be true, and the email records will show that small business has been not engaged, cut out. And whether it is the residents that want to appear before you, or it is the businesses that look at the list and have to get back to work and cannot appear before you, this takes time, it takes effort, and it takes money that they lose. And in documentation after documentation, I have a growing list of businesses that this is the case. One, black market provisions came before you. What they then heard was a standing policy committee that was shown a parking lot as if that parking lot was available to them. It was in fact a building, a residential building's parking lot that was not, that they occupy one space so they can do deliveries for their grocery store. And so I am concerned too about the provision of information that you were provided when you are shown information that unintentionally, I am sure, is absolutely misleading to the ear of my biz zones and a very prominent business leader. So in the case of Councillor Orlikow, I actually anticipated him getting a meeting just like I did, because I was told after months of just wanting a collaborative meeting, and a meeting where there was potential to have a collaboration, not a restating of the information that had already been provided. I was told to do that motion to the Standing Policy Committee. So I'm here a bit preemptively to say two things. Number one, exactly what Councillor Orlikow said with respect to moving the stops at the specific site. it isn't the case. There are blockages. I'm very worried that a whole 2 school communities hasn't been considered. Whole 2 school communities that shouldn't be in front of businesses that are actually in a setback, whether it's my office or the other at this intersection. They haven't, the junior high hasn't been considered, right? There is no setback where they're planning to do, either in front of the prominent business that is the Grove, or across the street where there is a setback. These corners haven't been considered with the students. Maybe you will be told that it's been considered with respect to safety. How safe can it be when they're going to be crowded and spilling out onto the sidewalk? So I do want to say that as a counselor, my only, the following many discussions, we've been told once again, whole net new biz, sorry. These communications go out to the businesses before we're copied on them, despite proactive emails. I don't think this is consultative, so I agree with Councillor Browati's estimation that we need to ask both
Okay.
for the 6-month and the 1 year.
Okay.
Why? Because I am going to be here next month. I predict that Councillor Orlikow and I will have to write a motion again to the Standing Policy Committee because we have not gotten proactive information. And like I said, both things can be true. Council has fundamentally been told there is no time for it. And so at the very least, we need that review expedited. Preferably, we need these bus stops to move. The experience of South Osborne should be instructive.
Do we have any questions from committee members on this? Okay,
Or the necessity to have to write motions.
okay.
Happy to answer any questions. The good practices of consultation and engagement, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, doesn't appear to be any questions. Thank you, Councillor Rollins, for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right. We have a full agenda today. Our next delegation up is, I think it's Mr. Linton.
Yes.
Mr. Linton. Mr. Linton from the Manitoba Trucking Association to be heard in support of Report 8. I like that.
Thank you, Councillor. Good morning. My name is David Linton. I'm the Manager of Policy for the Manitoba Trucking Association. I'm also a registered professional planner. The MTA supports the TMP because it includes goods movement. It prioritizes the refurbishment project for Route 90 and the extension of the Chief Peguis Trail. It promises that a strategic road network study will be conducted. The MTA supports the TMP for these important reasons. But when it comes to the actual policies of the TMP, there is room for improvement. The new truck route map is something the industry can live with, but the TMP policies and road safety need to be approached from all perspectives, including goods movement by truck. The TMP policies for complete streets, multimodal corridors, and curbside management will all negatively impact goods movement by reducing lane widths and reducing the number of lanes available. Like the TMP, the Public Service Report recommendations do not go far enough to support goods movement and trade. Under Recommendation 2, the Public Service wants to defer any actions on the goods movement study to March of next year after it returns in January to your committee with the terms of reference for a transportation demand management study, complete streets implementation plan, curbside management strategy, and guidelines for multimodal corridor studies. These will put goods movement second, not first. All of these plans and studies need to specify goods movement as a priority. Goods movement needs to be embedded in street planning right from the beginning. Recommendation 3 does not recognize the truck route network as a bylaw amendment. Instead, it asks your committee to recommend a prioritization and funding strategy for implementation. Now, this might simply be an oversight, but the truck route network is part of the traffic bylaw, and the amendment should go to council as soon as possible. Under recommendation 5, the Strategic Road Network Study and the Winnipeg Area Transportation Study do not return for your consideration until July 2027. Just last week, the Goods Movement Advisory Committee was told that the Strategic Road Network Study is a crucial next step that can only happen if the TMP passes council. Since this study is so important, which it is, it should not be delayed for 2 years. Right now, throughout Canada, the #1 priority of the federal government and every provincial and territorial government is removing barriers to trade. Should trade and goods movement not be a stronger priority for the City of Winnipeg? The policies of the TMP and the public service recommendations treat goods movement as an afterthought, not as a core system requirement. They do this even though it is goods movement that makes the urban economy possible. Goods movement is trade. Trade is why any city exists and why any city persists. And this is especially the case, perhaps more than any other city in Canada, for Winnipeg. Thank you. And I thank you for your service.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Linton? I agree with you, Mr. Linton, on the prioritization and the need for adjusting it. And I think as a committee, we'll be talking about that. We've got the recommendations from the public. But to your point about the Strategic Roads Network, to your point about what's happening in the economy, east-west, east-west and north and not south, I think that throughout the process of the day when we talk to the department, I think that we'll look at rearranging the priorities because moving goods is critical to our economy, as you've noted. So we'll be talking about that. And we thank you for your support on the committee. We are in a unique situation in Winnipeg in that we are a multimodal global transportation hub. I was at the Centerport event last night, as was Councillor Chambers, and we recognize the critical importance of goods movement. It does make it a challenge to find that balance in a city with no freeways, right? And we've talked about that a lot. So we're appreciative of you coming down in support. We completely recognize the importance of goods movement, and we're going to be looking at the realignment. And also in relation to the admin report states that we'll report back by March 26th, but in speaking with the public service, I think they're going to come much sooner than that. Okay, so those are my comments. I don't know if anyone else has any comments, but thanks for your help and guidance and input on this extensive report.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, Mr. Clerk, our next delegation is?
Next up, we have Kelly Ryback to be heard in support of bus stop removal and relocation review, which is item 7, and in opposition to Marion Street Corridor Improvement Study, which is item 11.
Okay. Mr. Ryback? What about number 4? Is she not here? Oh, yeah, right.
Okay, thank you and good morning. On number 7, this is with Councillor Brolwati's item, that I do support that, as there are over 1,000 bus stops to be decommissioned on this, and there are bound to be some improvements required. The transit did miss an opportunity in the last 4 years to do a better job on identifying, but on Rouge Road, close to where I live, it's total two-way traffic is combined 3.6 kilometers, and there's 4 bus stops to be decommissioned. I may not have any issues with those, but there is one in particular in St. James on Booth Drive, right in front of the Assiniboine Clinic, with a bus bench is to be decommissioned. And I hope, but it's going to be a complaint-based issue as to identifying any opportunities for change or improvement. But I do agree with Councillor Lutz that it is not enough time. That I think the review should cover the entire winter season, and which would embrace most of the university season. And the report due later in the spring, and maybe it's something that the infrastructure remains in place for at least a 2-year period. since maybe it becomes an annual review up to that point before any infrastructure is removed. Moving on Broadway, the Marion Street Corridor Improvement Study. I'm in opposition based, I came engaged in this 2 years ago when I first learned of the opportunity. I have lobbied Councillor Lukes and other councillors on this item, that there are too many issues and there could be an alternative for some of these plans. This morning, I drove both Marion and Goulet, took it a couple of times. At Marion, at Archibald, it was 4 minutes waiting for the lights with multiple cycles, and just as it looks like we're going to clear, a train came, which was another 7 minutes, and then realizing if they put a median in here, there's no access to the Tim Hortons and the strip malls, etc. It took, on the work that was done from the Uville curve to Des Mirons, took 3 minutes to travel 1 kilometer, where this work has already been done, and that's just going to exacerbate as that moves further down the road. You're leaving only 2 through lanes through Marion and Goulet, with 1 lane blocked when a bus is stopping to loading and unloading. This is also a truck route. I'll ask you to refer back to Mr. Linton's comments. It's a truck route to have only 1 lane on a busy intersection, especially during the commute hours, and where parking is always in demand. There's no restriction at parking on Marion, and there's a lot of cars there at already 7:30 in the morning because of the high-rise apartments, the Norwood Hotel, and other locations. There's a bump out planned at Marion and Kenny, right in front of Winnipeg Prosthetics and Orthotics. This is where people go for their prosthesis, their braces. You're eliminating a drop-off point right at that location. At one point, there was going to be 99 parking stalls removed, and that was not publicly identified during the public engagements. I think it could be down to 74. But between the construction season, traffic diverted, especially with an emergency route to St. Boniface Hospital, that during the construction season between parking and traffic going around in order to avoid congestion is going to have an impact on the residential streets. And once the job is complete, with the loss of parking and the disruption during construction, this can be detrimental to the scores of businesses down Marion and Goulet, and the impact to the livability of people with loss of parking, loss of access. And there is over $14 million allocated for property acquisition, 24 of them being permanent. Those aren't identified in the report as which ones they are. And it could be a process that if it's a rental property and the residents have no input because it's up to the landlord and the owner, that you could be facing residents with what we've now referred to as demoviction, that they get displaced and then have to find another place to live, possibly outside the neighborhood, at higher rents. That there needs to be a further study on that. And all my travels today, and I'm on that road frequently, I have friends with businesses and people who live in that area. Today, this morning, during the commute hours, there was 1 bike. And it was on the sidewalk by Happy Land Pool. And the public engagement process, going back a couple years, was flawed. I'm encouraged that this needs to be given another look. There needs to be, I would recommend an alternative to what it could be for active transportation, not on Marion and Goulet, but possibly other area resident streets, and look at what is the actual demand for bike traffic. And what is the traffic study implementing this? With the new transit master plan, the routes that are coming in June 29th, there are 2 direct bus routes going down Marion and Goulet.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. All right. Anyone questions or comments for Mr. Ryback? I will say for the bus stop removal and relocation, did you know? So what council did was we accelerated the transit plan. We had heard from the public loud and clear that they wanted to see changes to the bus routing system and they wanted high frequency model. So we accelerated it, I believe about a year and a half from what was originally planned. And a lot of our infrastructure, which we have funding for, will be going in next year. So I'm really leaning to see what goes down in the first year before we make any changes, but I'm hearing what other people are saying. So just so you know, we didn't have 4 years to figure this out. We accelerated it. As for Marion, Well, as you know, this is an interesting one. We had it on the agenda back in 2017, 18. We had a plan that was going to basically annihilate many, many neighborhoods. Some property in this report's going to have to be acquired. Councillor Allard, as far as I understand, is fully supportive of it. I don't see him here talking about it, but he's been fully supportive of it throughout the process. But we hear your comments. We've got the public service here, and when it comes time to speak to that report, we'll hear what they have to say.
No, appreciate that, and I know that it was accelerated because I was a delegate at that meeting.
Yeah.
And the concern was that it'll take a year of additional planning away, but it does get it done faster. I recognize that. Where I think that they failed is, I was a delegate in April of 2021 when the Transit Master Plan was first introduced and went through council in 2 weeks, that I had recommended a pilot of decommissioning so that there could be feedback in very short order, and so that people could understand what it meant that you are required to walk further to what you've been accustomed to. That could have been done, and you could have had that information today, and changes made even before June 29th if that had taken place. And with respect, Marion, I know it's on there, but a lot has changed since 2016. I know that Councillor Allard is supportive, but I also know that the city is not trending towards its mode shift goal. And quite frankly, it's not going to. It's not going to meet those goals. It's not a reality. That we're not going to see a decrease in vehicle movement over the decades. That is probably what Councillor Allard is envisioning. And the demands are only going to increase, not decrease, on these routes as Winnipeg grows and expands. And as you noted, Councillor Lukes, of the lack of freeways and the need to do Peguis and the need to do Kenaston and the need for commerce and the support of Centerport, which is only going to grow exponentially, that we cannot clog our arteries and use congestion as a means to encourage people to take alternative transportation, active transportation. It is not going to happen.
I don't think we're using congestion to make them take transit and active transportation. We're investing heavily in transit and active transportation so that we do get a better mode shift. And I do believe that we will get a much better mode shift. Will we meet our goal? Maybe not, but I think that we're doing a pretty good aggressive effort to try by the amount that we're investing in transit and active transportation.
Well, I'm asking you to consider this plan because many believe it is flawed. I myself surveyed a dozen businesses back 2 years ago, and not one person was aware, and this was after the public consultation, not one business owner was aware of it. And you will see, and 92% were against it, 11 out of 12.
Well, they've...
And in today's submissions, in today's report, you have written submissions from the Norwood Grove with 47 signatures on a petition, and those people also responding in written, duplicating that letter from Norwood Grove, all against this plan because of the impact on their businesses, along with the impact of businesses that are other written submissions, such as Red River Co-op on Archibald and Tim Hortons.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Are there any other questions from committee members? If not, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr.
Take care.
Ryback. Take care. Now, our next presentation is, our delegation is Mr. Chris Lawrence from the Manitoba Heavy Construction Association regarding Report 8. And then I think regarding Report 8, we've got Michael Abon and Ian McCausland up. So if they want to get ready to come down, that would be great.
Michael is
Oh.
via Zoom.
Mike is via Zoom. Okay, perfect. Okay. Okay, Mr. Lawrence, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Committee Public Service. I'm here and pleased to applaud the efforts of everyone who is involved in the consultation, research, and writing of the TMP, and in particular, the Director of Public Works who chaired the steering committee. That was a huge effort. We're happy to appear in support of the plan as has been presented and submitted to you today. We recognize that the TMP is a starting point. It certainly isn't the end of direction, and its implementation will no doubt be influenced by circumstances as they emerge, along with realities going forward, including availability of revenues to sustain and support budgets. We do think it lays out a reasonable vision of a future for the city as it relates to how we footprint our transportation system in all of its modes. We would have preferred that linking investment in transportation to economic growth received a higher profile, but we are pleased that that connection is evident in the report and is the subject matter of next steps consideration. You have received my written submission. I'm not going to repeat it. I do wish to offer an important consideration for you to consider as you move forward. The TMP, like any other, speaks to its implementation steps, including, in this case, investment needed over a prescribed period of time as anticipated, the allocation of resources, and the identification of FTEs required to implement the plan. I caution you that absent a council focus on growing revenues with a determined focus on growing the economy, the benefits of an implemented TMP will remain on paper and not see reality. Council must, in our view, create a C-suite position of Chief Economic Development Officer to focus energies, capital programs, approval policies, and related to support growing the economy and generating revenues as an immediate result. Private sectors harness business development officers and chief revenue officers and senior C-suite executive positions to grow businesses and their revenue streams. The provincial government has a minister, a deputy, and a department dedicated to economic growth. The federal government is determined to create and build one economy that is diversified, resilient, and stable. That laser focus on all matters related to growth is what the city respectfully needs, not just to be a real partner with the province and the federal government in growing the economy, but then to credibly be able to make the case that it needs a new fiscal deal to face the growing demands for programming and capital investment, such as the one evidenced in the TMP. The existing fiscal arrangements, as you well know, are inadequate. You again received a report of a forecasted $19 million operating deficit against reserves of $22 million, and you're looking now at further replenishing that reserve. This is an annual reoccurring scenario. It is structural in nature. It is not going to disappear. The TMP is not the place to discuss necessarily the CEDO and the new fiscal deal. However, Council must acknowledge the importance of achieving fiscal stability, new and sustainable revenue streams to give life, meaning, impact, and results flowing from the TMP. Failing that, its recommendations will remain on paper and not see the light of day. The City of Winnipeg, like most major urban centres in this country, has reached past the point where continued over-reliance on realty taxes is sustainable. The city knows it, the province knows it, the public knows, sees, and feels it. Adopt the TMP, absolutely, but concurrently advance in the process and in the appropriate political forums the implementation of a Chief Economic Development Officer and the pursuit of a new fiscal deal. You can count on more of public opinion support than perhaps you realize. It is the necessary and the right direction to pursue. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Committee members, do we have any questions of Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, and thank you for your presentation this morning. In looking at the Transportation Master Plan, I believe, for myself anyway, looking at how Winnipeg has been growing population-wise and geography-wise, larger footprint, does the Transportation Master Plan 2050 take into consideration all of the changes that our city is going to experience and seemingly, the last 3 years, 71,000 people, to the extent that we're growing 71,000 people over 3 years. Does the Transportation Master Plan adequately address the growth that our city will be experiencing?
You know, the shaping of policy is a little bit like making a sausage. It's kind of ugly until the final product comes out. I can only imagine the debate that went through the steering committee in terms of trying to identify what were identified as projections, real imaginary needs, potential growth, imagined growth. So a plan is just that, but what this plan, I think, does accurately is it identifies the priority areas for future consideration. No plan is ever static, no plan is ever the end of the discussion, but I think it is a commendably robust review of the needs that the transportation system should try to address as we go forward as a community. The problem with this plan, as I noted, I shouldn't say, it's not the problem with the plan. The challenge for the city is where do you find the revenues with which to implement? You have a report that I think is a year or two old of, what is it, 45 unfunded capital project investments that have been prioritized by the city as necessary. They're great. They're planned for. They've been identified. Preliminary budgets have been shaped, but no revenues. And so you have assets which are critical to the future economic growth of the city of Winnipeg, both in terms of adding to growth and sustaining growth and ensuring that Winnipeg continues to be a viable and vibrant trading hub that are on the books, but there are no revenues. And that's why our repeated call and continued discussion with members of council, with the provincial government around the importance of the city of Winnipeg as a first step, creating that chief economic development officer, creating that focus, linking budgets to growth so that you can then say to the province, we are your partner. We are part of the solution that you are facing in terms of your operating deficits. You can then say to the federal government, we are with you in trying to rebuild, build, and shape the economy to service Canada's needs in the future. And as part of that partnership, you are entitled and should be entitled to immediate return on those investments.
So with respect to revenue sources, are we at the stage yet where we start to talk about tolls? I mean, again, we have quite a significant amount of people that are working outside the city of Winnipeg by using our infrastructure. And again, we can't keep up. So again, are we at the stage where, in terms of revenue sources, looking at tolls to pay for some of the infrastructure that needs either upgrading or renewal or development?
I think it would be risky to identify a revenue stream absent the context of a more complete discussion. I would encourage, in response to your question, which is a legitimate question about revenues, that council reflect on the 2011 report of the Infrastructure Funding Council report, which provided a basket or three basket opportunities of recommendations. The first was what cities could and should be doing on their own. The second, what cities, towns could and should be doing with the provincial government. And the third, what they could and should be doing jointly with the provincial and federal government. Because the reality is that the federal government enjoys now the most distant connection to the realities of municipal life and the challenges of municipal government. And yet they are the primary beneficiaries of investments made, decisions made that support economic growth that are made by municipalities. That's an imbalance that is inequitable. And so when we talk about a new fiscal deal, it's not just the relationship between the city and the province. It's also a relationship between the city, province, and the federal government.
Yeah, so to that point, and again, this is the last question, the Prime Minister has talked about nation-building infrastructure programs. Here in the city of Winnipeg, we have Chief Peguis Trail extension, we have the Kenaston extension and widening. What would you pick as a priority in terms of a nation-building infrastructure program?
It's hard to argue with the priority of either of those two investments. Kenaston is an existing asset which is well beyond its designed life cycle. You're going to have to replace that bridge. You don't want a Louise Bridge surprise, and you don't want an Arlington Bridge closure. It is a major carrier of trade north-south. It moves thousands and thousands of vehicles on a daily basis. Its inadequacies is creating traffic problems for streets that run north-south adjacent to either side of Kenaston. That's an upgrade. That's not a new asset. And we need to understand that that is what Kenaston is about. We're not building something new. We're ensuring that the capacity of that corridor is available for us to use in the future, no different than the enhancements that were made to Pembina Highway. Chief Peguis Trail is a different kettle of fish. Chief Peguis Trail is part of the strategic route network that the City of Winnipeg has designed. Absent Chief Peguis, you have tremendous offset pressures on Main Street, on McPhillips, on Route 90, on Keewatin, on Leela, on Inkster, on Mountain, on McGregor, on Salter, that are
Perimeter.
impossible to sustain. So it's not, the argument there is not, well, why are you building new? Why are you wasting money? And you're not wasting money. You are investing in the economic future of this city, the capital region, and the province. The argument there is no different than when our forefathers decided that they were going to build the Trans-Canada Highway. They didn't stop at Winnipeg and say, well, you know, I'm not sure about the ROI between Winnipeg and Brandon, and because it's not there, we're not going to build it. It's part of a larger system that sustains our economy, and our economy is based on trade. 56% of Manitoba's economy is based on trade. 56% of our GDP, 67, I think, percent of Canada's GDP is based on trade. Look at the importance, look at the investment that's already been attracted to the Centerport footprint, $1.5 billion already of private sector in the arm of Rosser. The same amount is going to come to the city, if not more, in the Centerport Southlands. You need the transportation system to support the trade.
Okay. Thanks for your involvement all along on this process. It was a long process. It got hung up with COVID, but we're here, so.
Thank you very much, and good morning.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, what do we have next up on the docket for presentations?
Michael Abon has communicated that his Zoom isn't functioning, so he will not be participating. So we can move on to Ian McCausland.
Okay, and Mr. McCausland is speaking to the Transportation Master Plan, report number 8.
Good morning. I'm here today to speak in support of the Transportation Master Plan with a particular focus on the pedestrian and cycling strategies. We'll hear a lot today about truck routes, freight movement, and major construction projects, all vital to our economy. But let's not forget that quality of life is just as critical for long-term prosperity. Right now, Manitoba is losing young people at an alarming rate. A study commissioned by the Manitoba Chambers of Commerce found that walkability, urban recreation, and access to transit are key factors in where young people choose to live. In their words, walkable communities are the top quality of life consideration for youth. I know young professionals actively looking to leave for cities like Montreal, Victoria, and even Edmonton, places investing in walkability and bike networks. If we want to attract and retain talent, we must prioritize people-friendly infrastructure. Today, I'd like to highlight a few key elements of the PCS that resonated with me and explain why they matter. Section 4.1.5, Quick Wins, is full of actionable ideas that would not only please the existing cycling community, but also encourage more people to bike. 2 proposals stood out. Number 1, secure publicly accessible bike parking. Security remains one of the top barriers to cycling. If people had reliable long-term bike parking, especially in high-traffic areas like downtown, they'd be far more likely to choose biking. We've seen success in cities like Victoria, where secure bike parking programs led to increased ridership and reduced theft. This is a simple but powerful step forward. Number 2, investing in dedicated staff. A bicycle and pedestrian design engineer could streamline operations, improve maintenance, and prevent delays on key projects, like the one on Wellington Crescent. The active transportation team does an incredible work, but adding capacity would only amplify their success. A bicycle and pedestrian education and outreach coordinator is equally critical. As noted in section 2.7, public perception of cycling directly impacts our ability to move projects forward. Too often we hear that Winnipeg is a car city, or that biking here is unsafe. Having the city take a leadership role in promoting active transportation would send a strong message about the city's commitment to a modal shift and help dispel those myths. As part of Bike Winnipeg's communications team, I personally welcome the chance to collaborate with this coordinator to amplify their efforts. Appendix B of the PCS reveals something important. Safety is the top priority for everyone, no matter how they get around. And when looking ahead to 2050, better bike infrastructure is one of the most desired improvements, ranked in the top 3 by 54% of respondents. The data also shows that Winnipeggers want greener, more active transportation options. 2 in 5 say they drive more than they like, and 62% don't bike as often as they prefer. I want to extend my gratitude to everyone involved in crafting this document. It's comprehensive, insightful, and for someone like myself, truly exciting to read. Enabling walking and cycling isn't just about transportation. It's about building a healthier, more vibrant city with a stronger local economy. I urge Council to take the pedestrian and cycling strategy seriously and commit to implementing its recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coslin. Do we have any questions from the committee members? I have a couple things I'd like to point out. So did you know, and I think this is positive and it reinforces what you said, that one of the recommendations is to consider pilot projects for secure bike parking, pilot publicly available full-service bike parking stations or long-term secure bike parking. Do you see that as a recommendation?
Yes.
Okay, so that's good. That's very good. And then the fact that the recommendation is also looking at bodies, people. I'm just looking for the exact wording here. Well, sustainable transportation planners, 2 full-time, 4 WAPSO. Bike pedestrian design engineer, 1 full-time, a WAPSO 4. And a bicycle and pedestrian education outreach coordinator. So you know in the 6-year budget, we see a really significant increase in funding for active transportation. So staff is saying in this report, we need the bodies to deliver on that. So that's really important. That's important to know in the budget process. We have the money set aside. We need someone to, we have a team, but we need more of a team. So those are I think, very positive recommendations. Yeah, and I'm sure you and many others were involved in the consultation process and the refinement of the pedestrian and cycling strategies. I was really pleased to be able to have the opportunity before I was elected to work on the first version of the pedestrian cycling strategies. This is a much more refined, right? The first time it's wow. The second time, okay, we really know more, and I think it's a really good report or a good strategy going forward.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of data in the report, I mean, it's granular, so it's really certainly going to infuse some of the policy decisions Bike Winnipeg will make moving forward, and we look forward to working with the city towards it. Yeah,
okay. And also that the WATS, the Winnipeg Area Transportation Study, also is a recommendation too, right? Where are people coming, going, moving, all of that, and refining even further. So that's good. Okay, well, thanks for coming to speaking to it. We have no other questions, I guess. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, all right. So, Mr. Clerk, that now we've got Matt Glavin to be heard in opposition to Marion Street Corridor Improvement Study Report 11. Matt, do you want to come down? And then I think we've got Mark next up on the docket.
Yes, Mr. Coho is via Zoom.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Mr. Glavin. Perfect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Matt Glavin, 1 Terracon Place on behalf of Terracon Development. Speaking to item 11 on your agenda, particularly the Marion Street Corridor Improvement Study, I will advise that we are the owners of the land at the southeast corner of the intersection where the Tim Hortons is located. Been involved in this project for quite some time, participated in all of the consultation processes and the stakeholder meetings along the way. So this has been dating back for some time. The one thing I will advise within your package of the drawings, figure 5.
Okay, this is Appendix B, right?
That's correct. Where it says match line E at the bottom of the page, there is that missing detail that extends further south. You can see that there is an extensive amount of detail that extends north along Archibald, but that detail is missing further south. I do have previous drawings that we've been part of that certainly show that level of detail to the south, but for whatever reason in this package within the functional design, we're missing that level of detail. And so for us to really take a position on this, and I think for this committee to take a position on this, I think that drawing needs to be attached. So my ask would be for a 30-day layover for that drawing to reappear in the package.
Okay, so just so the committee members are clear, right, on PDF 5, at the bottom, right at the bottom, you will see where it says match line E. Basically, it ends, right? There's no other diagram that
That's
continues
correct,
that on.
and I mean, I have other drawings from back in 2023 that certainly show that level of detail, but I can't comment on it if it's
Right.
not officially in
Sure.
that package.
Sure. Okay, so we hear you on this. There's no, end of the world if we don't pass it today. So we hear your recommendation on what you'd like to see, and we'll talk to the public service on where that other diagram is. I totally hear you. You want to see the full layout. You're a landowner. It does sort of just end there, which doesn't really even make sense from looking at this. So thank you very much. If we have any questions, comments?
No? Not yet?
Not this actual item of the missing drawing, only sort of just got abreast to this information just in the past couple days.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, when it was posted, okay. All right, okay, so, good, okay, thanks,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Glavin, for coming down. And now we'll move on to our next delegation, which is Mr. Coho, who has multiple items to speak to. And he's on Zoom, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my video. There we go. I think that'll get it going. Yeah, thank you very much for the time. I'll try and get through in the allocated time here. So, speaking to the transportation man, and apologies, I had accidentally sent the wrong support, not support out. So, I think, in general, we're supportive of the Transportation Master Plan 2050. We've really had a cursory review, but look forward to provide more comments, as we get through Bike Week and I get a little more time in my hands. But, some things I am happy to see, certainly you mentioned it, but that pop-up active transportation infrastructure pilot, I think that's something that the city could make great use of, and certainly we'll reach out to Tire Stewardship. I don't know if you're aware of it, but it's a natural fit. A lot of sort of temporary infrastructure is actually constructed out of recycled tires, and we're excited the secure bike parking pilot. I have a volunteer working hard with partners and collaborators to get something moving there. Really, that transportation demand management, happy to see that. A lot of those complete streets implementation and that multi-corridor study. We want to make sure those move forward. And, the hirings regarding the AT staff are something we're very pleased to see. I mean, that's a critical stage. Speaking to the pedestrian and cycling strategies update, certainly I see reflected in the final plan a lot of suggestions that have been provided through public engagement. So I'm thankful that there has been that listening and that willingness to rejig and to take input and reshape. And I'd also like to point out that really having a plan in place that we've had over the last 10 years has really allowed the city to follow a much more strategic allocation of the scarce resources. And it's really, I think, vastly improved the return on investment we get from those. So I want to point out there's a few things I've noticed a few of the plans don't seem 100% integrated into this. So, the Empress planning, I think just a review, push to get that, make sure the recommendations from that are forwarded into this plan. And as well, on a reverse, I think some of the plans in the Moving on Marion haven't specifically with regards to Kenny Street versus reverse. I think the pedestrian cycling strategy has moved over to Kenny, which has better access to the school and the Norwood Flats community. There are some things we would love to see in there, certainly better connections to the university. We think really that St. Mary Portage Spence could be a critical hub to get you into that university zone, making sure that, the university has Manitoba. We think probably separate walk bike bridge that was proposed in sort of that original study might be needed separate from the transit bridge. I'll move on to the Moving on Marion. Again, really I think the designs follow desires expressed through public engagement process and really align with the policies set forth in things like our Winnipeg and the Complete Streets policy, Complete Communities 2, and the urban mixed use corridors policy. I think it really glides into that. So I think it's something that does help create that mixed use corridor that will permit people to choose traveling by walking, biking, and busing. And I think it's important as well that those destinations, that mixed use corridor be accessible to people, whether they're walking, biking, busing, or driving. And I think that's something that really we are working towards with that plan. Like I said, I think, take a look at Traverse versus Kenny. I think there's a discrepancy between this plan and the pedestrian and cycling strategy. Thing about Graham, we're definitely in agreement with the recommendations. I think it's good to see that plan moving forward through that public engagement. And then finally, on traffic control for University at Markham, we just asked to please consider the recommendations of the rapid transit station walk bike plans, which I think you were a part of, so you may recall that they called for a protected bike lanes along Markham, and that hopefully, as these plans move forward, we can look at that. Certainly pocket bike lanes might be something that you can use to provide necessary transitions. So I'll end there, and I'm open to taking any questions if there are any.
Oh, okay, good timing there. All right. Okay, so, well, first I want to thank you for being involved in any input and all input that you've given into the pedestrian cycling strategies. You're involved in the first round of it, and I think we all can say this is even more comprehensive, right? We've got a much better handle on a lot of the nuances, the details, the greenways, sidewalks, bike paths, like a lot. I think it's, well, I thought the first one was good, and this one's a lot better. So do we have any questions from committee members at all?
No, thank you for your presentation this morning. Very comprehensive.
So,
Thank you for your time today.
okay, any other, no? Okay. Yeah, I don't know with Marion, I was hoping Councillor Allard would be here to speak to his perspective on the active transportation components of it. I'm imagining you put a lot of input into this too.
Yeah. And like I said, I think it's critical to have that connection. Certainly, I've had the opportunity to use the one that's there on Goulet, and I think it's something that really does encourage, and I think completing it really creates that connection from St. Boniface into the downtown, into Osborne Village, and really throughout the city. So I think it's crucial to get that. Part of our mixed-use corridor strategy is to have them accessible, to make sure that whether you're walking, biking, or busing, or driving, that you have access to those shops, and that you also have, that smooth right away that allows us to get there. So I think it's a great step forward. I'd love to see it move faster.
Yeah, well, now we have to find the funding for it, so that's always the drama. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Coho. We don't have any more questions, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
all right. Okay, so now we have no more delegations. Oh,
We actually do.
okay,
Mr. Timothy Carey, he registered for 2 items.
Yes.
We accidentally didn't list the second item, but he is
Okay.
registered on item 17, and he is in the Zoom meeting right now.
Okay.
So we should give Mr. Carey 5 minutes to speak to item 17.
got it. Okay, super. Mr. Carey? Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for allowing me to speak to that item. Sorry, I wasn't quite expecting to be jumped in right there. This crosswalk at Hazeldell and Watt, I'm speaking to it today because it is a skip and a jump from my niece's house. And it's an area that she walks in frequently, is just starting to bike in, and it was part of her walk to daycare when she was still attending daycare. Small improvements like this, they may seem small when you're talking about them in front of council, considering it's just one crosswalk on one street, but they affect the lives of so many people, especially children, considering this is right next to a daycare. I think that this is an obvious, easy win because, Watt Street is not supposed to be a high volume corridor. We have Gateway Raleigh and we have Henderson for that. This is supposed to be a neighborhood high street that encourages, pedestrians, shopping, people moving about their neighborhood in a safe and productive way. I don't see any reason why something like this can't be tossed in. I also want to acknowledge how shocked I was that council voted to silence the many delegations on Wellington Crescent today. And I think that is ridiculous
Point of order.
overreach of democratic process, silencing basically every woman who had signed up to speak today to that subject.
I'm allowed to speak to that right now.
For a recess and clear the
Okay.
for a recess and clear the gallery.
Okay, I think what we're going to do is call for a recess right now. We're going to call for a 10-minute recess. We'll call for a 10-minute recess.
But Madam Chair,
Clear the gallery.
just a point
Yep,
of order.
yep.
I had a question for this gentleman and then he went off into this thing he wasn't supposed to.
Yeah.
I do.
Okay, so, yeah, we need to have order in here. So we'd like the presenter to finish his presentation, then we'll take a 10-minute break. We'd like you to stay on topic, otherwise your presentation's over. So,
Won't be able to ask.
and Councillor Edie has questions for you.
Holly, can you revert his time back to 2 minutes, please?
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay. Okay. Okay, you're on mute, I think? The presenter is on mute? Unmute?
I'm not muted on my end, but
Okay.
I'm prepared to hear the question from Councillor Edie, and I'm done with my speech.
So I appreciate your presentation about Hazeldell and Watt, asking for a full pedestrian corridor, I believe, there. The study that comes back says it's not warranted. However, I just want to get some clarification So it says that there's X number of vehicles per day. I suspect, and can you just confirm with me, like, what kind of traffic volume is there in the morning peak hour and in the evening peak hour? Is it a lot of, like, are we talking a lot of motor vehicles here?
I don't have specific numbers, but I know that it's not extremely heavy. It's mostly people connecting the last mile to their journey, not necessarily using it for their whole journey. So it's primarily used to connect to larger routes.
So my question is really comes down to, do you have any anecdotal information about, you know, peak hours in the morning is the point where you're going to daycare and you're leaving daycare in the peak hours of the evening? Do you have any anecdotal information? Like, is most of and I'm sure there's a lot of near misses and things happening there. What time of day does it usually happen?
I know that most of the conflicts that my sister and my niece experienced were in the morning and in the afternoons with daycare pickup and drop off, and it was like just primarily impatient drivers not paying attention. But it's like it's a 2-lane small street, like, you know, it's not seeing a huge amounts of volume, but it is obviously steady at those hours. And that's part of what.
Okay, so they're saying the conflict is mostly peak hours in the morning, peak hours in the late afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. So if there's no more questions for our presenter, or any more questions, thank you very much on your presentation. Thank you. So now I think what we'll do is we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll start with transit at 11:30. Okay, I'd like to reconvene the Public Works Committee meeting, and we have one more delegate here. I'd like to call the delegate up to speak, and I believe he's speaking on moving on Marion.
That's correct.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
For 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much
Yes.
for making this happen.
Yes.
I'm here on behalf of RBI, Restaurant Brands International, and TDL, Tim's Donut Limited, in regards to the Marion moving project.
Okay, sorry, who? Who are you here on behalf of?
TDL is Tim's Donut Limited, and RBI, which is Restaurant Brands International.
Got it. Okay,
Yes.
sorry.
Yeah, so the location in question is the Tim Hortons on Archibald.
Yes.
And the proposed, modifications on that intersection. So our biggest concern is obviously the access on north of Marion and south on Archibald. So our understanding is those three access points, the one on Marion and the two on south on Archibald, will be closed in terms of a proposed sidewalk.
Right.
Correct? So that will limit our access and entry, exit point to the same
Same entrance and exit.
entrance as Red River Co-op.
Okay.
So I know there's been traffic studies done, but we do traffic studies before we build Tim Hortons in regards to the ebb and flow, for example, the drive-through. Our drive-through represents 70% of our sales and transactions. That was our saving grace during COVID. And at this location, it's pretty close to 70% drive-through sales and transactions. So our forecast in the event that we bottleneck the entrance to that location to one access and exit point, would significantly impact the sales and traffic in the future. And obviously, the Winnipeggers and the travelers that, traverse through that intersection. And of course, breakfast and lunch is, almost 60% of our revenue in terms of day parts. So when we do the math in terms of analytics, it's a significant drop in terms of profitability for the local owner, and I'm sure for Red River Co-op and adjacent business in that intersection. So we'd like to have some clarification on the final proposal, and is there an option to have a secondary, left turn median lane southwards going to Archibald to open up at least one of the entrances instead of just a one for both businesses. So that's our main concern there, and it's just for, it's going to be a safety concern for the internal traffic in regards to whether it's the delivery drivers from GFS, Saputo, or the gas tanks for Co-op. So that's something to consider, and just the ebb and flow, like when we do studies for our drive-through, we want to make sure we don't have a bottleneck that leads out into Archibald or Marion, for example. That's one of our key strategies when we build restaurants, is we want to make sure we have enough queue so that it doesn't overflow, because we do these studies, and I've done it at Archibald specifically, so that we don't get a warning or a violation from the city in regards to traffic ordinances, during breakfast, or the morning rush or the lunch rush and so forth, so where we disrupt the traffic flow. So that's really all that we wanted, just a clarification on what our confirmation on how the access and exit points are, and how it's going to impact our future, decisions on this location in terms of lease renewal and renovations and so forth, and what we need to do moving forward.
Okay. Were you, okay, sorry, when your presentation's done, I have a question.
I'm done.
You're done?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll ask the committee first. Does the committee members, anyone have a question? No? Okay, so during this whole consultation process, was Tim Hortons, were you involved, or was a representative involved?
Yes, so we were in communication back in 2022, 2023, back and forth between Terracon, between the City of Winnipeg. They gave us some preliminary drawings, same as the representative from Terracon that spoke earlier.
Right.
So not clear. I checked it online also, so it's not very clear.
Right, so that, yes, we need to get that so we
Yeah.
can have a better discussion on this.
Yeah, initially we were told that that was the proposed
Right,
plan, was to
Right.
close off those 3 access points,
Right.
one on Marion and the
Right.
2 on Archibald, and just
Right.
leave the Red River Co-op as the main entrance, which means that the traffic or our guests would have to drive through the Red River Co-op parking gas lanes.
Yeah.
And we would need permission, obviously, from
Right.
RRC for that to happen.
right.
So,
Right.
and I think they declined on the proposed traffic over the railroad tracks on the opposite end for that. So that was another option that we had asked for on the back,
Right.
sort of a back door entrance.
Okay, so we don't have that diagram to really depict it, so we can't really speak to it in the sense of, we don't have the diagram. So we're going to, I'm going to ask the committee if we can lay it over till next month so we get the full diagram. And then we'll have we know what we're talking about in relation to your points.
Okay, so July 3rd, I understand?
Yes, July 3rd, yes, okay.
All
Okay.
right, well, thanks for
Thank you.
giving me the
Yeah.
quick 5 minutes. Appreciate
Okay,
it.
thank
Have a
you
good
very
one,
much.
everyone.
Okay. All right. Okay, now, any other delegations, or if that gentleman shows up, the one that wants to speak, we'll insert him in, but we haven't heard from him yet, so.
No.
Okay. All right, okay, so, welcome transit team. Hello, we've got lots to cover today, so, good morning. All right, so I guess we'll start with report number 1.
Okay, maybe I'll introduce who we have here today. We've got Bjorn Radstrom, our Manager of Planning and Schedules, Teresa Platt, our Manager of Client Services, and Rick Young, our Manager of Operations. And report number 1 is Winnipeg Transit Plus Annual Report, so Teresa will start us off.
Okay.
Thank you. So, good morning, and happy to speak to this report of annual report for Transit Plus. In the past year, Winnipeg Transit Plus has experienced the largest integrated technology enhancement to its service since its inception, with the launch of our new scheduling system.
Okay, Nick, just to say that statement again, that was pretty profound. Say it again.
I'm happy to.
I know, I want to hear it again.
It really has been advancing our service with new technology really into the 21st century. And I'm excited to read this report and give you a highlight of the impacts of that.
Perfect.
So although the system change had the potential to be disruptive, as it was quite significant, ensuring a smooth transition to the new system was our main priority. The launch was successful and increased customer satisfaction, our on-time performance, and we saw a decline in unaccommodated trips and service complaints. Some of the highlights and challenges we experienced in '24 included earlier in that year, customers were experiencing high call volumes and long wait times and delays in processing applications. We had challenges with ongoing recruitment and retention challenges impacted all of our areas of service. While we were mid-year, the launch of the new system enhanced our service, and this is where we saw a turn halfway through the year with this new software system where new ways to book trips by web platform, mobile app, and calling options were added. We saw, as a result, improved customer communication. We had easier fare options and more fare options for our customers, including credit, debit, and eCash. We saw increased efficiency in the scheduling and the delivery of our trips. A new app for customers was available to book trips on Transit Plus and on request. And a user-friendly software system was integrated for our staff and saw impacts both for staff and drivers as well as our customers. The annual report highlights some positive impacts from the new scheduling system, including a 55% increase in the number of customer-reported accommodations for drivers and staff and the service overall. There was a 12% reduction in the number of customer-reported service delivery complaints, an increase in our contact center's customer service score. The score is measured by post-call surveys, and this year the score increased from an average of 85% in '23 to an average of 90%. Only 8 unaccommodated trips after the launch of our new software system between June 18th, 24 and December 31st, 24, and this compares to 944 unaccommodated trips from January 1st to June 17th, 2024.
What's unaccommodated?
So those are trips that we were unable to provide. So we went from 944 trips that we were unable to provide, and the system was able to absorb those trips where we were left with 8 accommodated trips within that time span.
Technology. Wow.
So a real significant enhancement to our service. And with that, customers were able to choose their preferred method of managing their trips. And I think this is where we saw probably the most significant impact for our customers, is that the amount of choice customers had. And that's what we heard from our customers, is that through these self-serve tools, they wanted the option to access the service and how they are able, how they choose. What we saw is that 11.71% of the trips were booked using the app, 1.35% by the web, 1.9% by the automated phone service, and 85% was by phone. So what we know is that our customer base prefers phone calls, and what we needed to do was divert and add options for customers who chose various ways to contact us so that it allowed our phone system and our contact center to take the calls that people prefer to call directly. So these new options really contributed to the improvement of our contact center's satisfaction score, with a 7% increase in the number of calls answered and a 24% decrease in the time that it took for one customer interaction. So again, that speaks to the system, that it's very user-friendly, not only for our customers, but also for our staff. The Transit Plus trips increased by a total of 6.2%, and customers, again, were better able to cancel their trips in advance using those self-serve tools, which again allowed us as a service to reutilize those trips for individuals who are requesting them. We had more efficient access to the contact center, and as a result, we saw a 12% reduction in no-shows. So Further details, including the performance metrics, are attached in the annual report. There's an infographic on Appendix A. And a comprehensive report will come forward in Q4, providing a full analysis of the new software system. We're just coming up a year of this system. In that report, it will evaluate the system performance. It will identify our ongoing areas of growth and thorough review of our key performance indicators. The report will offer data-driven recommendations to continue our commitment to enhancing customer experience through our industry-leading and innovative service delivery. That's
Wow. Okay. Councillor Eady.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. It's an excellent report. I like that reduction of no-shows is really good. That means we're meeting the requirements of the people quite a bit. I just want to, in the report, there is a section that it reports where growth in usage would be coming from. What wasn't mentioned in the report, the new transit system, I'm really only getting complaints from seniors who use walkers or, you know, have a struggle going long distances. They don't like the transfer thing either. But besides that, I'm foreseeing that when this system comes in, I'm just wondering if Transit Plus, I think there's going to be a lot of requests, especially in the winter, when it's hard to walk longer distances and your walker isn't working properly, for example, and there's still a lot of seniors who use the bus to go get groceries and stuff. So, so this challenge of growth, have you tried to estimate or factor in? Well, we also had problems with the qualification of a person to enroll in the ability to use Transit Plus. So this is a stat from last year, but it does talk about challenges in the future. So can you help me out here? Are you going to be able to handle what I think will be a large influx from seniors regarding the new primary network and how that works?
So we are anticipating some increase in applications potentially, and we're looking at what we can do to help mitigate that. We do have our assessments established to determine what the needs are of applicants. We are also getting ready to conduct a review of the eligibility. So within that, we are also looking at ways to support customers who are looking for paratransit transportation, and that will be built into that review. Hearing from the community what it is that they see is important in the new eligibility, and that work has already started. We've been starting to meet with some stakeholders at this time.
So what are the requirements to be winter only?
Our assessments are really individual, case by case. It really looks at what is reasonable for an individual to access the conventional service, whether it's winter or summer or temporary. That's part of what the assessments review.
Okay. Just in reviewing, so it's good to know, but I think it's going to be bigger than people think it's going to be. Just in terms of looking at last year, and that's quite a number of trips provided, and you had the vehicles to deliver it. Are there, with this new software, is there any challenges regarding, you know, there's peak times when people want to go do things, right? So how is that going?
Yeah, so right now, again, we're meeting our demand, and we are looking at that post-year analysis. And we will be coming back with a report of that full analysis, both for what we've seen this past year and what we'll be projecting in the next years to come. Another report coming forward in the fall will be on eligibility. So many of the questions that you're raising here will also be part of that report coming forward.
Well, that's good, because, anyway, good.
Okay, any other questions or comments? I have a question. So I know with transit, we tried to do this, or with transit, with 311 in transit, trying to reduce the number of calls. I know your folks, you know, you say they like to call. Is there any, you know, these travel trainers, I just have so many jobs for them to do. I'd love for them to do. But is there a way to help reduce the number of calls by encouraging more people to use the app? Or are people just sort of set in the phone calls? Like every demographic's different, I get it. So maybe they're the type that just don't want to use an app, or?
We certainly have more diversity in what we expected. The industry is, for paratransit anyway, is about 10%. And we actually went beyond that. So we were quite surprised that there was an uptick for technology in the way we saw that. So I think there are options available, and I think because it's just new, we are still just coming up a year, I think we'll see continued transition to that. I think that education is a really big key component to that.
How are we educating them?
So we have that education through the information sessions that we provided when we were launching the new app and the new system. Our travel trainers have been key in that education and information sessions. We have videos online. When individuals attend assessments, we have our assessors walk through how the service works, what their service options are, what the self-serve tools are, so that they're receiving that information as they're kind of onboarding to the service.
Okay, so it's new. Maybe more will use the app, so, okay.
But even at that, we have more individuals using the technology self-serve than we expected.
Yeah, that's great.
Teresa, what about stakeholders like Manitoba Possible and others? Are they familiar with the app and how it all works? Have you trained their folks there?
Yes, we met with all of the individuals that have been on our communication list. We set up information sessions, walked through real case scenarios, and as a result, with the community's assistance and collaboration, we were able to reach a wide sweeping number of customers and stakeholders, caregivers, so that they really understood what this looks like before we launched. And then we had additional sessions and one-on-one with the travel trainers after the fact.
And when you hold these sessions, they're not for a particular group. You broadly send out invitations, I suspect, and have folks come out?
During the launch and post-launch, there were specific invitations. After that pretty big bump of interest, it really was case by case.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I remember when I just had started being chair again for the committee when we were talking about this, and it's really refreshing to see that it got all in. New software is always challenging, right? Like, it doesn't matter what it is, but it works. It's working well. So, and it takes a lot of work on your behalf, like on the department's behalf. So thank you very much, department, to all the people that helped with the implementation of it too. It sounds like it's a great software and it's doing the job, right? So that's like a 180 change, so that's good. Okay.
And it really is just the beginning. We have a lot more to come. That would really allowed us to start a platform and really start building a strong foundation so that now we have building blocks to continue to enhance our accessibility service.
Because that was a huge issue. There was so many issues and calls on that, and I think that's really resolved, so that's fantastic. And love the graphic report. I like that, so. Okay, well, do we have a committee member who wants to move a motion to receive it?
As information?
As information, all right, perfect. Councillor Chambers to move it. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. All right, so now we're doing the Transit Plus Semi-Annual Policy Advisory Committee report.
Yeah, so another report very important to the work that we do at Client Services and within Transit Plus. And this following report summarizes the discussions and the activities of the Policy Advisory Committee over the past 6 months. And it focuses on the highlights throughout the report that I'll just touch briefly on here. The first was some community advocacy group work that happened with the Policy Advisory Committee's members. And it really was a collaboration with transit, resources in the community, such as the Transportation Option Network for Seniors, counselors, MLAs, to support a pilot for a community grocery shuttle for older adults. This pilot was very successful, had a lot of community collaboration from high schools that gave support to older adults. And we see that pilot very successful and is now moving towards a more fully sustainable community program. Another collaboration with representations for Policy Advisory Committee and the Alzheimer's Society, local hospital. We're looking at reviewing wayfinding at pickup and drop-off locations at various hospitals. This was a really key collaboration. Again, connecting community and transportation, and it doesn't just occur within the vehicle, it occurs before and after. Very positive work there. We had suggested service improvements for the members and their respective agencies that linked really into the continued feedback and enhancements with the software system. We incorporated the feedback from our members who represent our mutual clients and incorporated that into the work we did with our vendor during the launch and post-launch to ensure that we successfully launched the product that our customers were seeking. And that information and that work continues on now. There was expansion of the travel training program to support the launch of the primary transit network. And the Policy Advisory Committee members worked closely with the chair and the committee members and the public service to support community members, including older adults, individuals with disabilities, and for those who need additional assistance to learn more about how to navigate the new network through this transition time, resulted in some dedicated temporary travel trainers, which has been highly successful. They have represented transit at 72 presentations to date. They've had close to 1,200 attendees at these presentations. So we see such success. We're getting feedback from the community about the success of the travel trainers' presentations, that they're helping to navigate individuals through this new network. Another example of the work at the Policy Advisory Committee is with the expansion of the on-request zones for Transit Plus customers. We worked with the vendor to ensure that we could enable Transit Plus customers to use eCash when they were going to choose to use Transit on-request service. So these are just some highlights that the Policy Advisory Committee has been working on the past few months. And this committee really remains committed to the continued work of accessibility with transit and the community at large. And we look forward to highlighting the work in the next semi-annual report upcoming this fall.
Councillor Eady?
Sounds like good work. I used to sit on that committee many years ago. This pilot for seniors transportation for groceries and stuff kind of goes back to what I was talking about earlier with the primary network. The new network of buses, it really doesn't accommodate getting to, say, Walmart on Regent or a superstore or things like that. That's one example, but here are other examples. So this pilot, can you tell me a little, like, who's running that? Is the city helping or assisting? And was the pilot only for a particular area of the city? Like, what's the possibility of expansion in this regard?
Yeah, this was a community initiative from organizations in the community that were attempting to assist older adults in larger dwellings, larger complex, senior complexes, where they could, they were looking at chartering a transit bus to teach individuals how to get to their grocery shopping, that they would go as a group, that they were, it was a community outing where individuals were able to really learn transit as well at the same time, have a community initiative. So the agency, as well as an MLA, some counselors were involved in the startup and supporting of this program. It's now continuing to run and be self-sustaining within the community with those organizations assisting. So the sometimes the shopping centers are involved, the seniors complexes are involved. So they have a committee that kind of continues that and runs with that continued program at this time. So it's no longer a pilot, it's actually more self-sustaining right now.
It's self-sustaining, but maybe on the side you could send some contact information. There's reference to a lot of people who live, there's a lot of seniors, places and stuff on Talbot, for example. The bus used to take them right to Walmart, where the cheapest food can be found. Most of the cheapest food can be found. So it would take some of those buildings, and then how do you expand it for people, say, in North Point Douglas, people who live in North Point Douglas, many of them shop east of the Red River, not west of the Red River. I guess it would take an inquiry. My particular office doesn't have money to help fund something like that. So anyway, maybe there's contact information I could get to see if they want to expand into other areas of the city.
Yeah, I can send that to you.
Yeah.
And connect you with that group.
I would appreciate that. There was one other thing you referred to. So the, like, people training for using the new primary system or whatever, so they can't really help somebody out. They look at the route and they say, well, yeah, I can get to Walmart, but I'm going to wait for a very slow community bus that will take me in there and transfer or whatever. So that's available. If I organize something, say in North Point Douglas, people could talk to them.
Yes, we're taking requests through 311 for travel training presentations.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay. And then there was one, are there any more questions? There was one concern that had came up, and I see it in your report that seems to be addressed, and that was the assessment of clients, I believe, with the, I don't know if it was physios or who it was that you had. I think you've got that corrected now, is that correct?
Yeah, so we contract out our assessments at this point, and it's been quite successful.
Okay.
That's been
All right.
resolved.
Okay, so no more questions. If we could have someone to move the report, I believe it's for information. Councillor Eady will move it. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. All right. Now we have a bit of housekeeping, I believe, the bylaw update.
Transit Advisory Committee update.
Oh, sorry, yes, right. Oh, my goodness, we missed that one.
Rick will present that.
Mr. Young.
Yeah, so this one's the semi-annual report, highlights tax efforts and recommendations. First topic is e-alerts. TAC considered the purchase of a mobile reporting solution that enables individuals to quickly and discreetly report concerns. Discussion around cost and monitoring and that improvements to 311 may be more impactful, such as reviewing service agreements with 311, to prioritize transit calls, and this is we're currently reaching out to 311 for a discussion. Topic number 2 was bus shields. The tax subcommittee has been working on an expression of interest, and the closing date at the time of this report was still under review. ATU asked TAC to reconsider the Shield Committee's mandate and investigate a full shield. TAC agreed to add the full shield to the expression of interest. And I can add, since the report was published, that the expression of interest went out on June 4th, and it closes July 8th, 2025. And the last topic was our community safety team. The team lead reported in November of 2024 that the CSTs handled 2,500 incidents of various types. 90% were de-escalated. A vast majority of the work is being in a supportive presence and to de-escalate situations. And that concludes my report for information.
Okay. Any questions from committee members? No? Okay. I sit on this committee, and we have regular meetings. It's a really good committee. We have lots of good discussion, and you know, there's lots of issues, right? So I think that the committee is, you know, we've got ATU on it, we've got different representatives, and we have really robust discussions about a lot of transit safety issues, and I think we're making progress. We have a lot of initiatives underway, so I'm looking forward to seeing the expression of interest on the transit shields, what comes back as that. And yeah, okay. So do I have anyone that wants to move this report? As information, Councillor Sharma? You'll move it? Okay, all right. Councillor Eadie's going to move it. All right, all in favor? Aye. Carried. All right, now it's a bit of housekeeping with the bylaw, right? Okay, maybe you can
Yes,
explain that.
This is bylaw number 89, 2914 map update. The boundaries of the transitway have expanded with the addition of the phase 2, and an update to the map was required. The updated boundaries need to reflect the public transit bylaw, and any change to the bylaw must be approved by council. The map is updated to include the Southwest Rapid Transit Corridor and ensures that all applicable regulations under the bylaw extend to all portions of the Rapid Transit Corridor, along with the associated transitway and transit stations. The Public Service asks that the bylaw to amend the public transit bylaw be enacted and that the proper offices of the city be authorized to implement the foregoing. And that concludes my report.
Okay, any questions on the bylaw update, map update? If not, can I have a motion to support the recommendation that the bylaw be enacted? Councillor Chambers?
Yes.
Okay, moving it. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay. Now the next one is the North Garage Replacement Project Budget Status.
This is one where we are asking for a 30-day extension. We were asked to report back on the implications in the reduction of the project scope of the North Garage Replacement Project for the recently approved Winnipeg Transit Master Plan. The bid open period on the tender for construction was extended, and in order to be able to write the report on what the effects are, I need to know the exact size of the garage. That depends on the bids that come in, so we just need this 30-day extension so that next month we can come forward with the award report, but also concurrently with this report with all the information that comes in through the bid process.
And why was it extended?
As far as I know, it was at the request of a couple of the bidders. They just needed more time because it's such a huge, complicated project.
Right. Correct. Right. Okay.
1 month,
30
yeah.
days. Okay.
I have a question.
Councillor Eadie has a question.
Just a question. I might have missed it. So there was a scope change. Did that scope change come through this committee and then on to council?
That it did.
Pardon me?
Yes.
It did, okay. All right.
And then I guess in your report, are you making note, now I believe that when I was sitting in the Finance Committee, that the province redirected $20 million from it? Is that correct? Not from the garage? I'll verify that for the next meeting. Okay.
Madam Chairperson,
Yes?
are you referring to what they instructed us to do with the infrastructure agreement?
Basket.
The basket, yeah, that infrastructure basket, we had allocated 20 million, is that what it was to this project? Okay, well, we know that they said you have to spend it all on new picture. Anyway,
Okay, all right, okay.
so that'll be in the report?
I don't know if that'll be in the report. Probably not. No, probably not. But you know what, we'll bring it up. I'll clarify that from the finance.
Thanks.
CFO?
I'll move
Okay.
the extension.
Okay, Councilor Reedy's moving the extension. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, temporary bus stop on Osborne. Now, I do, before we get into this, I do have one delegate that we bypassed this morning that we missed, or there was
Well,
some drama.
they weren't registered.
They weren't registered.
Yeah.
Councillor Olico wanted him to be registered. So maybe before we get into the bus stops, we'll let the delegates speak. Can we have a motion to suspend the rules and let the delegates speak?
So moved, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, carried. So we'll listen to the delegate for 5 minutes. That gentleman's name is?
This is Miles Gould, to be
Miles.
heard with respect to Report 6.
Okay, welcome, Miles. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me to
Yes.
join in.
Sure.
I was at City Hall this morning, but I had to come back to work, unfortunately. My name is Miles Gould. As I said, I'm the owner of the Grove Pub and Restaurant located at 164 Stafford Street at the corner of Stafford and Grosvenor. We're a small, locally owned and run restaurant. We employ 42 Winnipeggers. We always pay our business and property taxes in full and on time. And as of June 25th of this year, just a couple weeks away, we will be 15 years old, which is fantastic for us. We've struggled through COVID, and we're still struggling to rebuild our business. As we do not have a parking lot, we rely heavily on street parking of the streets surrounding us, especially during the winter months. This ability to have street parking could make or break our business. Through quite a bit of digging and probing questions, it's been brought to my attention that there's going to be a bus stop in front of our restaurant, eliminating parking spots in front of our business. These changes are supposed to happen on June 29th. Information I only received from the local councillors after reaching out to them. I can't believe that these changes that are going to massively affect our business are happening in just the next 2.5 weeks. And we have not received an email, a letter, a phone call, or someone coming by to advise of these changes happening. I'm here today to ask for the proposed bus stop northbound Stafford, far side Grosvenor, be moved up half a block, about 10 or 15 meters, to the other side of the back lane where there are no restrictive blocks for bus riders when getting on or off the bus. In front of the Grove, where I believe the proposed bus stop is meant to be located, there is a lamp post, a hydro pole, and a bike rack, which doesn't leave much space for transit riders. In the next block up, there are no such blockades. Also, for safety's sake, having the bus that close to the intersection will be bad for traffic flow and for pedestrians. The email that I received at 4 o'clock on Monday this week, which is the first communication that I've received from anyone associated with transit, specifically mentions, and I quote, "At the specific site, we check for availability of physical space. Is the stop large enough for buses, and can passengers safely get off the bus?" As I've just pointed out, that's not the case. They clearly did not check this because of all the blockages. The email went on to say, existing stop infrastructure. Are there existing amenities such as shelters or signage? Again, not the case because of the size of the sidewalk. There is no space for a shelter, and the hole for the sign to go in had to be drilled. And lastly, it says adjacent land use and parking impacts. What is next to the location, and will a bus stop impact parking? Again, this point was not even considered, as the bus stop will greatly impact local businesses and the parking that we rely on. So just to sum up, I'm here to ask that the proposed bus stop be moved up past Stafford, past the back lane, which will greatly help not only our business, but also traffic along Stafford and Grosvenor, which, as Councillor Orlico pointed out earlier, is a major thoroughfare. Both streets and the corner is very busy. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Eady has a question for you. Councillor Eady?
Do the current parking restrictions around Grover and Stafford cause issues for your business?
No, right now there is no parking on Stafford right in front of our business where the bus stop is supposed to go between 3:30 and 5:30. So at, from 7 to 9 a.m. and 3:30 to 5:30 p.m. Weekdays. And so it doesn't affect, obviously no one can park there at that time, but before and after those times is where we rely on people to, especially people with mobility issues, to be able to park right in front of our door so that they can access the restaurant. With a bus stop there will be no parking at all.
I don't know how familiar you are with that back lane, but it seems to me if you move it past the back lane, people have to walk back and cross Stafford, or I'm not sure where. There's a transfer point at Grover and Stafford. I believe there is a bus that goes down Grosvenor. But at that back lane, are drivers able to see movement on the sidewalk? Is there like 6-foot fences or anything blocking view?
No, there is actually good visibility on both sides, going north or south at that back lane on the sidewalk.
Okay.
There's no fences or anything like that.
Because that's a very dangerous point. I almost got injured really bad walking down Corridon where a back lane came out onto Corridon and this car just come blowing out. Didn't even stop to really look. Anyway.
No, I definitely understand that. We're very fortunate at that corner that my neighbor's parking lot, which we don't have access to, but their parking lot is there. So it's a wide open space. And then the building, which I'm hoping that the bus stop will be moved in front of, doesn't start straight away at the corner. So there is ample viewing space.
So is that a business that you're talking about over that?
It's a house, and they run a architecture firm.
Oh, that one. Yeah,
and I believe acting classes out of that building.
Yeah, actually, I know that. Okay. I was actually part of an appeal when they got that. Well, I don't think I have anything else. Just trying to get a clear picture. So you're on the northbound side of Stafford?
Correct. We're right at the corner.
You're at the
south. And as I said, there's blockades right in front of our building in a hydro pole.
Yeah. Are you at the southeast?
A lamppost and the bike racks, which means that people are not going to be able to get off the bus there without some major moving of things.
I get that. Are you at the southeast corner?
Southeast, yes, that's right.
Southeast corner. Oh, okay. All right. I'll be able to ask a question. I always thought we wanted to be on the opposite side, stop to be on the opposite side anyway, I'll ask anyway.
Sorry, no, northeast corner of Stafford and Grosvenor.
You're at the northeast corner. Oh, you are on okay. And there's a current bus stop at the southeast corner?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Chambers?
So you're recommending the bus stop be put just south of the back lane on Stafford?
Just north of the back lane.
North of the back lane on Stafford.
Yeah, so basically, it's not a full block, but if you look at a back lane kind of splitting a block in half, it would be not in our block, but in the next block closest to Yale.
So would that be further from the existing location, existing bus stop?
Yeah, so currently the existing bus stop is moving from the, sorry, I'm trying to get my directions right, southeast corner in front of another business.
Okay.
In front of Councillor Rollins' office, I should say. And then it's currently just simply moving across Grosvenor. So I'm proposing that it hopefully be moved another, 15 meters up. So it's the other side of the back lane, closer to Yale Avenue.
Okay.
Well, it'll still be at Yale. They bust Steve's room not to block the back lane.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Miles. What we'll do is we'll speak to Transit about it when we get to this, okay? So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, and thank you again for your time.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, thanks. All right, so now we're going to jump back into the transit agenda, which is the number 6, the temporary bus stop on Osborne, which we had laid over from, I believe it was last meeting or the meeting before. And okay, so let's have an update.
In this case, one of my staff went out and met with the people from Black Market Provisions to see what could be done. This goes back to, this wasn't even, sorry, just let me gather my thoughts here. This didn't begin as a result of moving stops for the primary transit network. This began as a result of construction affecting the existing bus stop on northbound Osborne at Morley. There's been intermittent closures of that bus stop on Osborne, as well as a complete closure of a bus stop on eastbound Morley. So we've had to shift some bus stops around, and what we did was we shifted the stop slightly north to in front of Black Market Provisions. And then now what we've done is essentially permanently removed the old bus stop in the construction zone to free up parking there. It's still intermittent construction, but that was what my staff member went and talked to them about, and they agreed that that was better than what was arranged right now, and shifted the bus stop that's in front of their business slightly in order to just better make things work a little bit better. So we've reached a solution that both parties seem to accept.
Okay, so does Councillor Rollins know that?
Yes, she was actually at the meeting.
Okay, so what she spoke to today,
She was at the meeting. She heard that, and she's been CC'd on all of the emails that have come from the owners of Black Market Provisions back to us and to my staff member who, and in the emails, I mean, they're not completely happy with the fact that there's a bus stop there, but they're happier now with the fact that there was some accommodation done that gave back one parking spot and also freed up the parking at the old bus stop.
okay, so it sounds like mostly everyone's happy. I didn't really get that from Councillor Rollins, but you spoke to the business and your staff spoke to the business. Okay. Okay, so basically, I guess then what we'll do is we'll just receive this one as information because we've heard the update on it. So maybe someone can move that, Councillor.
I'll move it.
Councillor Reedy, all right. All right, receive it as information. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, so now we've got one more transit item that we'll go through here. And this is the bus stop removal and relocation review. And okay, so there was a little petition that was sent in too. Okay, so maybe we could talk about this whole bus stop, the bus stops, okay? How many well, you could talk about it. I'm curious to know how many bus stops you're putting in, or how many are we talking about?
Right now, we have about 5,300 bus stops in the system, and that's going to go down to about 4,000.
Okay, 5,300 to 4,000.
A lot of that is through consolidation. You know, we have a lot of bus stops that are really, really close together, so we're spacing them out better according to what was in the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan, the stop spacing for each different type of route. We're trying to make sure that bus stops are across the street from one another and not offset a lot, and where they are across the street from one another, there's a safe, accessible crossing between them. And then also part of this is moving a lot of stops from what we call near side to far side, because they're a lot safer and they allow for better, more efficient transit operations. Basically, we save time by having the stops be far side.
Safer for who?
safer for the transit bus itself, for motorists, and for pedestrians.
Okay.
One of the reasons that near-side stops aren't as safe as far-side stops is because when you have a car that's stuck behind a bus, they don't know, is the bus just letting passengers board in a light and they're only going to be there for a few seconds, or are they actually going to be there for quite a while? And they often try to pull around the bus, and then you end up with a right hook collision just as the bus is accelerating to leave. The car turns right in front of it, and you get a collision.
Yeah.
The other danger is to pedestrians, because if a car pulls out and they want to turn right, now they're making a blind turn in front of the bus where they can't properly see if anybody's crossing the street. By shifting the stops to far side, now you've opened up the visibility of the intersection. The cars aren't caught behind a bus that's stopped there. If they're making a turn, they're not pulling around a bus, and they can see everything.
So that sounds pretty factual, like, it's not theory. Like,
Yeah.
we have stops like this already, right?
Yes. And we got some information from the Road Safety Branch at Public Works that shows that far side stops reduce collisions by up to 45% compared to near side stops. So it's pretty significant what the safety impact is.
Okay, Councillor Chambers?
How do you address, so you move to far side stops. How do you address somebody then making a right-hand turn where that bus is in the far side stop?
Well, it has cleared the intersection. The far side stop means it's after the cross street. So anybody making a right-hand turn, the bus isn't there because it's stopped on the opposite side of the cross street. The danger is if it's a near side stop, then it's stopped before the cross street, and that's where the conflict is.
No. So
Okay.
if this is the stop,
Well, this is
somebody.
the intersection.
This is the intersection here.
Right,
Somebody
right.
here wants to turn here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if I'm on Grosvenor, let's
If you're-
look at the last presentation.
Just let him finish his question here.
Well, I was going to help describe.
So if I'm on Morley and I'm turning northbound onto Osborne,
Yeah.
there's going to be a bus in my sight line.
There will be, but presumably you have a green light on Morley as you're making that turn. The bus might be stopped at the far side stop, but you can still see the pedestrians crossing because they are also, in this example, you're facing west and you're making a right-hand turn to go north. The pedestrians are also crossing east-west. They're just on your right-hand side, so you can see them because they are behind the bus.
So
You can see them because you and the pedestrians, everything is happening behind the bus.
Okay.
So the bus isn't blocking your view of those pedestrians.
Okay. Okay, so continue on now and just sort of tell us what your thoughts are on this proposal, this motion related to the bus stop removals and relocations and all of that.
A review of bus stop locations like this is something that we were planning to do. The challenge is the timeline. 6 months just isn't enough. We're launching in 2.5 weeks. Any data that we collect during the summer we don't want to use it to make any real decisions because everybody's learning, everybody's going to be figuring it out. Really, starting in September is when we're going to be collecting data that we can actually make use of and get a lot of feedback that will be really valuable because people will have gotten used to it and they're not just reacting immediately to what the change is, they're reacting to it after they've used it for a bit. So that's when the constructive feedback will come in. But we really need a full year's worth of information because if we were to provide this report in January, it means that we have to submit the report in November into the system. So we're writing it in October, so we really only have September of data. So 1 month of data just isn't enough. What we're asking for is that full year of data from the beginning of September 2025 to the end of August 2026. Then we can compile all that data, and what I would ask you to do is refer to the first annual service plan, and then we will report back in the spring of 2027. I know that sounds like it's far away, but it allows us to properly incorporate all of the data from the first full year into the annual service plan, and also deal with any other changes, any other tweaks and things that we want to make.
Can I ask
Councillor
a
Sharma?
question? Yes. Microphone, please. Bjorn, so as I understand it, the meaningful data is coming in the fall onwards,
Yeah.
September through November?
Well, and we also want winter as well, because with bus stops in new locations, we want to get feedback from people who are accessing those bus stops in the winter time.
Sure.
Not just in
Yeah,
nice
but
weather when
I
there's
would
snow.
assume possibly some of that feedback negativity concerns would exacerbate during the winter months, probably.
Yeah, we'll amplify it.
Yes. So September to November is critical. It's important, yeah. Now, let's be realistic here as well. A year, I know you need a year, but the public getting back to us in August and September, you know, sometimes issues that we can honestly resolve get really amplified during even election time. And that unnecessarily, I want to just be honest about that. I've been here a while. And could we not look at this in tranches, like look at it in February and then again later? Why are we waiting a whole year before we make any changes? Seems like a long period of time, to be honest.
Because we need.
There are unique situations. I have one that I'm just raised with you this morning, actually, and we've talked about other ones where we've worked through it, and I understand your methodology. I just feel August is a long time, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'll throw another question into that before you answer. So you're reducing the number of bus stops because you say there's some in many close locations. The average distance for people to walk now, people are getting worked up about the distance they're walking, but I believe it's like 400 to 500 meters. Is that what it is? Or?
In general, it's less than that because the bus stops, depending on which type of route you're talking about, are about 350 to 500 meters apart. So when you get to the street, if you want to just assume an average, you're halfway in between. So that's 175 to 250 meters of walking once you get to the street there.
Now, Councillor Barati was concerned about Henderson, that it's very far to walk because you're taking out bus stops along Henderson because they're very close,
We
right?
have some very closely spaced bus stops. The other thing about Henderson Highway in particular is that there's a major redesign happening of Henderson Highway, and there's going to be a
Right.
reconstruction of Henderson.
Massive.
So where we've placed the stops now aligns with what that plan is and where the safe crossings will be. So some of the stop pairs that are going to remain now after this goes into effect don't necessarily have that accessible crossing, but they're
Right.
already positioned for where those accessible crossings will go once that work on Henderson is done.
Okay, who's got questions? I have more, but Councillor Eady?
So clarification, so the 50 approximate, right? But let's say, so there's 1,300 stops that are going to be removed, and that happened already or happening right now?
It's mostly happened. A lot of the stops that are being removed, they have signs up, actually all the stops that are being removed have signs up saying that this stop will no longer be in effect and there'll be a new stop going in nearby. And most of those new stops either have gone in or in the process of being installed right now.
Okay. So my question is, so there will be a review and tweaks. Now, I'm not sure what criteria you're going to have priority, but I've been getting calls from organizations who have their clients or customers coming, arriving by bus on streets, frankly, that aren't necessarily safe. Is that a criteria that will be looked at in terms of whether or not a stop would get put back in, or?
Part of the criteria for determining the placement of all the stops, whether a stop was moved or a new stop is going in, was taking a look at the safety of it.
I'm talking safety from abuse from other human beings who might be high or what have you. I'm talking about Main Street, right? So I got a call from Mount Carmel Clinic, for example, okay? So there's a bus stop at Stella and Main, which is the Mount Carmel Clinic. There's a little piece of Stella you got to walk down, but there's a bus stop there. So that's being taken out, and the options to get off are at Dufferin or at Selkirk Avenue, which does add some distance, but they referred to safety in the person, although you could say the same risk for one's safety is the same at all the bus stops in that particular area. But will safety be any kind of a consideration given where the bus stops are?
it already has been a consideration that we took into account. And like you said, whether it's at this block or that block on a stretch that has other safety challenges, it doesn't really make a difference whether it's on this one or that one in terms of that particular aspect of safety. One of the advantages of having better stop spacing is that rather than having, say, 2 people waiting at each bus stop, by spacing them out properly, you're going to have more people getting on at each stop, and just having more people around it's been shown to give people a better sense of safety, that there's other passengers there waiting with them.
Transit is working with Mr. Christmas and his team. I hear they kind of monitor stops and stuff. Like the Dufferin stop, I use it. And I have to tell you, there's always a crowd there doing various things. And it scares people, right? You've been looking at some of these areas where there's making recommendations maybe, or how would that work?
I'm sorry, Councillor, you said in regard to the community safety team?
Yes.
Yeah, we work closely with the community safety team. We share training, we participate in knowledge around the transit system, and we provide information to the community safety team for their strategic movements within the city. It's a very good partnership that we have with them, and we're always communicating with them.
Yeah, because I also have parents who were kids had to take the bus to St. John's High School and get on at Euclid in Maine, and the parents are definitely afraid of their kids being injured and stuff. So anyway, that community safety, okay. Anyway, I just wanted to put it on public address. Anyway, I use all those stops myself, so I don't know. Anyway, so I frankly don't mind getting on or getting off at them, but anyway, people have different perceptions of safety, right?
So with respect to these motions, what we're asking is that number 1 would be referred to the annual service plan process. And for number 2, we haven't addressed this one yet, we aren't planning to do permanent removals of bus stops or bus shelter infrastructure for at least a year, maybe even 2 years. When we talk about permanent removal, for us, what that means is actually busting out the concrete platforms or the concrete shelter bases. We're not planning to do that. There's a lot of infrastructure that we're going to leave in place for a bit just to make sure, even some things like terminals. And we've had a lot of inquiries about those. There's terminals that, real estate developers and other activists and whatnot have gotten wind of the fact that we're not going to be using it anymore, and they're already inquiring, hey, is this going to be sold off? Is this going to be available to be repurposed? And we've replied to everybody, no, not for at least a year or two, because we need the new network to be up and running, everything to get settled in, and then we'll have assurance that, no, we actually don't need this anymore.
Actually, it was a good idea. You kept the one at the end of Salter, was out of commission, but now you're using it again.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so, I'm sort of challenged when the businesses come down, like we heard today. I get that you guys are busy. I really don't know what to say to the businesses that come down and want the bus stop moved, and maybe you could help us on that, and specifically like the Grove.
I've got a map that I want to show.
Okay?
Actually, you should add the question there, will there be parking available on the southeast side once the bus stop is moved?
So we've had some media inquiries about this, and we've had inquiries from the businesses about this. So the map is it going to appear on screen, or what do I have to do?
Just share the screen.
Share the screen? Okay.
Yeah, and then talk Councillor Eady through it.
Okay, so to orient everybody here, this is a map of the intersection of Stafford and Grosvenor. North is to the top. So you can see here on the map, it shows the 4 existing, it shows 3 of the 4 existing bus stops that are being removed and where parking will be added, and then the locations of the 3 new bus stops where parking will be restricted. So in this case, we've moved all the stops from near side to far side for the safety reasons and to minimize walking distances, especially for transfers. So the one in question that the Grove wants us to move. You can see it's on northbound Stafford, just on the far side of Grosvenor. It is in front of the Grove, but one of the reasons that it's there, aside from the safety aspects of a far side stop being safer, you can see the D16 operates on Grosvenor, and it will turn right, and then it has a common stop with the D11 that operates on Stafford. If we didn't have that common stop right there, we would actually need 2 separate bus stops. So people could get off at one, walk around the corner, and go to the other one. So we really did try to minimize the overall impact to parking at this intersection, and one of the things that we can do is consolidating bus stops so that when 2 routes come together, they share a bus stop. It gives us what we call a zero-walk transfer, and also takes up less room. Overall, at this intersection, there is no net loss of parking. It's just in different locations.
Okay, no net loss of parking, it's just in different locations. So it's like not
Correct.
right in front of the Grove, it's across the street or further south
Correct.
or north.
And keep in mind that there's 3 to 4 parking spots that are being moved from in front of the Grove to another place at the intersection. And that's compared with it's 97 people per day that board the bus at this intersection and 78 people per day that get off the bus at this intersection. It's pretty significant compared to a few parking spots. And the people who take the bus live in the area and they patronize these businesses as well. So these are customers of these businesses. There was a suggestion from the owner of the Grove that we move the bus stop further north, so it's essentially up at Yale. If we do that, then that puts it almost 100 meters further away from the intersection. And one of the things we're trying to do is for accessibility, for people with disabilities, we want to minimize walking distances. And the owner of the Grove referred to people who have mobility challenges who want to park right in front of the Grove. They will still have the opportunity to park nearby, around the corner, or across the street. But again, we have nearly 100 people boarding the bus and nearly 80 people getting off the bus here every day. People with disabilities are more likely to take transit than they are to drive. So it's very, very important to minimize these walking distances as much as possible and put them close to where the things are. And that's exactly what we've done at this intersection. And like I said, we've done the arrangements so that there's no net loss of parking. It's just in a different configuration.
Okay, so these guys haven't seen this, or do they understand this? I guess this is the problem, right? Also, part of the problem is the communication to them. And I know you've got 4,600 bus stops, 5,300, whatever. I get it. You can't talk to everyone. This is a
But
great
we did
map.
actually communicate with them. The
Okay.
first complaint that came in from the Grove was specifically about the fact that there were 2 sets of parking restrictions in place at the same time. Because when we add in the new stops, the parking restrictions go in, and then, of course, they're still in place for the old stops that we're still using. They submitted a complaint about that. It came in through the councillor's office. We took a look at it and we realized, yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right. We don't need to have the new parking restrictions up this soon. They went up about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Right.
So we went in about a day later. We removed the new parking restrictions, and they won't go in until a few days before the launch. So that way there has to be an amount of time when both are in effect. So a couple days before, new parking restrictions go up, new network goes into effect, and hopefully within a day or 2, we can get the old stops removed, and then they get all the parking back. We're really trying to minimize that. And we did communicate that to the Grove. I've got the email that we sent to them and to the area councillors where we said this is exactly what we're doing. That was the thing that they complained about specifically.
Right.
A new complaint came in about the fact that the poles for the new bus stops and specifically the clamps for the sign bases were going in. That's where we responded with a longer email explaining everything and included this map. So we've responded to each complaint as they've come in. So we did communicate with the Grove when they complained about both the restrictions being in place, and then we communicated with them again when they were talking about the bus stop placement. So as they made each complaint, we responded to it. For Lilac Bakery and Girl Candy, only one of those businesses contacted us directly, another one was through the media. That's when we developed this map, and we provided the map to the businesses and to the media. So we responded to the complaints as they've come in.
And I guess because Councillor Olico was a little worked up about it, you haven't had a chance to speak to him.
The correspondence has been through email because that's how it came to us. So, and things can sometimes get lost in a phone conversation, so that's why we provided the map
Good
and a
map,
really
excellent
detailed
map.
explanation.
Yeah, okay.
I want to say, we did a lot of engagement and consultation leading up to this. When we developed the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan, we had 3 rounds of engagement.
I know, but we didn't have the bus stops at that point, and this is what everyone's worked up about, right? Like, and I agree with your consultation and stuff, but like, we didn't talk bus stops really at that time. And this seems to be what they're worked up about, because it's a change, so. Okay, so questions, committee members? So Bjorn is recommending that we support number 1 and move it to the annual service plan versus what Councillor Barati's motion says, which I don't think they can get, like they're going to get fall data, a couple months of fall data, like they're, and it's a change, and people need to sort of get into it and experience it, and like, and I'm just speaking from experience in the South End when we did the change in 2020. So, you know, there were humps and bumps, but now, I keep saying this and I think it's true, is that we have a bigger uptake than we ever thought or than we anticipated for this new network system that we've got going down in the Southwest. So change is hard. I really do believe they need a good year of data. You know, do we have any comments from the committee members? Any input?
The winter operation is probably the
critical.
most critical.
Yeah, it's critical. I mean, I hear the counselor, I hear what he's saying. I don't know if he saw the map, but he saw the map, right, through email? Okay.
I also want to address another comment that was made, that supposedly we didn't look at all the infrastructure that was on the street when we chose the bus stop placement.
Yeah.
We do take a look at everything that's there. We're aware of the hydro poles, the light standards, garbage cans, bike
Right,
racks,
well,
and
yeah, you
everything.
have to.
Just because they're there doesn't necessarily mean they conflict. We don't, there's no way for us to only install bus stops where there's nothing. There's lots of stops in built-up urban areas that have all these sorts of things. The important thing is that the exact position of the bus stop doesn't interfere with people getting on and off. And you can have poles in between the 2 doors.
Yeah.
We position the head of the bus stop in a place so when the bus pulls up, there's a clear path where you're getting on the bus, there's a clear path where you're getting off. And if in between that, you've got a hydro pole and a bike rack, no problem. We deal with that all over the city.
Okay, so let's say we proceed with, you know, saying that we're moving it to the annual service plan. And, you know, I've heard you say this before, throughout the year, if there's major issues, we know we're going to have to make tweaks here and there, right? Like, because we're not going to get it perfect. We know that, right? But if there's major issues, you know, they will percolate up and we will hear about them, and maybe then we make some decisions. But myself, I'm kind of leaning committee members to supporting the public service on this annual service plan, moving it to the annual service plan. And if, I don't think this is a major issue, because it's, you've got it laid out there. We're not losing parking. It's just not right in front of the business. Maybe more people will get off and go in the business, but anyways, we don't know about that. But I'm willing to support the public services recommendation on this one. I don't know, committee members, do you have any comments, statements, things you want to put out there? Councillor Chambers?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see something a little bit sooner. I recognize the challenges with collecting data too soon, but I know that some of the residents in my ward are kind of anxious with respect to the changes that are coming down the pike. And if there's an opportunity to tweak along the way, rather than waiting for a year before we review and make those final changes, I think it would be in the best interest of my residents.
Yeah, so if there's major issues that percolate up, they're not going anywhere. They'll be talking, they'll be collecting data, we'll be calling it into 311. Councillor Reedy, what do you think?
Well, next year's an election year. Now, given that, though, I can tell you right now there's the stop issue, but I can tell you right now, there's a lot of people very angry that the city's moving to this, you have to transfer more get to where you're going, and routes don't necessarily take you exactly to where they used to take you, like, for example, to a Walmart. So the people are already not happy in those terms. So when it comes, like, what are we going to say? So people who are angry at us next year, you know, you already established a system they don't like. So in terms of reviewing, I think there could be, essentially there could be some serious problems that arise with various stops, but I think the most serious time that it's going to happen, that you really need data to collect, is the winter time. And so in that regard, I'm willing, you know, to wait. Yeah, the report will come out in September of 26. May be good, may be bad. I don't know, but we're still meeting and we will still be voting on reports. So I'm going to be okay with. I really think they need a year's data, or at least till June of 26, and then like it's 2 months to prepare a report or get a report out, right? So I'm going to be.
We could develop something for June of 2026.
Sorry, say that again?
We could develop a report for June of 2026.
You could?
Yeah, that seems more realistic
All right.
than January.
Yeah,
That's better.
The winter schedule ends in April. It goes
Yeah.
from middle of December
Right.
to April.
Oh, okay.
That is a critical time period for us to gather information.
Yeah.
So we could make an effort to have a report come in June, or maybe even July, because that really does only give us, well, less than 30 days to prepare a report. So
Right, right. So maybe
being June.
July?
Probably July would be better, because again, we have to have a report in the system so far in advance.
Yeah.
We'll barely be finished the April change, winter change,
Yeah.
to gather the information and write a report.
Okay.
Can I add a couple things about why having, you know, up to a year's worth of data is really important? It's, people need to get used to using this system. Councilor, you mentioned a couple times about grocery stores, but one of the things that we made sure we did when we designed the whole network is try to ensure as much as possible that every grocery store was connected to a primary network line. And there's a couple of cases where, just because of the layout of the site, we can't get people to the front door. So in the case of the Walmart on Regent, taking a primary network line 500 meters off, it would add so much cost and so much disruption to the people who are just going past, that instead we added a feeder route that went in there. But that's something that people have to deal with just because of its car-oriented site design. If you think about the big box stores on Sargent Avenue near St. James, we provide direct service on Sargent, but it's still quite a walk from Sargent all the way across the parking lot. And that's not something that we're in control of. That's what the site design is for the auto-oriented big box stores. But there is primary network service to most grocery stores in Winnipeg. And the other thing about the transfers is that we've never said that more people will have to transfer. Some people who have a direct service now will have to transfer. That's absolutely true. But there are a lot of people who will now have a walk to primary network service and they won't need to transfer. But it's tough to realize that until you've actually used the system for a little bit and check the trip planners that we have. So that's why we've got Navigo, where you can check the trips and see what it would be like. We've also got the Transit app and the network preview mode there. And this stuff is even available through Google Maps, so you can plan your trips. And this sounds a little bit confusing, but you know, each one of these ways of planning a trip calculates a trip differently. So you're going to get different results. So we encourage people, check 1, check 2, check 3, and use what comes up as the best option for you. And the thing is, it's not that any one of those trip planners is better than the other. It's that you can't define what the best trip is for anybody, because everybody's got different priorities.
Yeah.
For me, I might value no transfers. Somebody else might value the quickest trip. Somebody else might value the shortest walk. Somebody might want a transfer with a minimal wait time, but minimal wait time might make somebody nervous, and they actually prefer a little bit more of a wait time when they transfer. So there's no one answer for this is the best trip. There's three different options, at least three, probably even more options available for trip planning. There's parameters that you can set in them for what your walking speed is, what your willingness to wait for a transfer is. And it's complicated, and the only way people are going to get used to it is by using the system. That's one of the reasons why we don't want to make these decisions as snap decisions on, oh, somebody doesn't like this because it looks different from what they did before, but they haven't taken the time to use the system and realize that actually there's really good options out there, some of which might be better than what they have now, but it just looks different.
Anyway, the people I've talked to, they've evaluated how they're going to get somewhere. Like even to get to the Walmart on Court, just off McPhillips. No, it's accurately looked at, and it's 3 transfers. One's a primary bus, and then another, or I should say FX, and another one. Anyway, they end up having to take that feeder, which doesn't run that often, which is really what they're saying is it's inconvenience. I'm going to have to sit there in the winter and wait quite a long time for that feeder to go, say, to Walmart on Court, or between Court and Templeton. So, anyway, thanks for that explanation. That's good. I'm of the mind to, if we...
Maybe, would you want, just to be clear, Bjorn, would you want different wording for the number 1, or what do you recommend? If you can come back in July.
I'd like to try for June, actually.
June?
As Bjorn did mention that, and if we need a little bit more time, we can take it from
I think Greg's actually right, though, because if our service, if the winter service change ends in April, you know, it takes a couple of weeks to compile all that data and run it through. We're not getting that data till the beginning of May.
I know.
And then for the June meeting, the
So we have
submission
to wait
date for
till
the
the whole
report is going
cycle's
to be right
finished
then.
to
Well,
get our data?
no, they wouldn't be doing they're basically doing 3 cycles, right? You'll do fall, winter.
It would only give us fall and winter.
It would only give them fall and winter.
And winter ends when?
April.
Late April.
So then like May and June, then they have to,
Sure. And I'm sure the department, we can flag this report if it's time sensitive and get them working on it. The system can take time, but it can also be expedited. We've seen that.
well, we can ask for June, and then if you can't do it, I guess you come back and ask for 30 days.
As long as you remember that comment, yes.
Yes,
It's on the record.
yeah.
It's on the record.
Okay, so we'll ask for June. Doesn't sound like they're going to do it, because the end of April is when they finish that cycle. Then they got to do data crunching, then they got to get it into the system, right? Because we really want to have all the winter, like when that cycle ends, we
Yep.
really want to have that data. January, February, March, April.
That's a very tight turnaround.
I know, that's why they want July. So what do you want to do?
Oh, we can have another meeting
I'm
if we
okay
need
with
to.
July, actually. But
Madam Chair,
we-
you said when you had these changes in your area,
Yes.
there was tons of feedback, comments, things you had to tweak.
Yeah.
It's our opportunity for that as
Yeah,
well now.
yeah, yeah.
And this is citywide, and we're already getting some calls.
Yeah.
I don't want this report in July and September. I want it
Okay.
as early as possible.
Okay, so we'll ask for June. All right, so can you write that up, Mr. Clerk?
Okay, so my understanding is that the committee would like to approve the motion from EKT with an amendment on the timing to, instead of January 2026, have June of 2026. Is that correct? And then clause 2 will remain as is.
Is that okay?
Oh, yeah.
What's clause 2?
That no permanent removal of bus stop sidewalks
they're
or
not doing
bus
that
shelters
anyways.
occur until after the said
Well, they're
review
not doing that
is
anyway.
complete and subject.
Okay, why do we have that? There must be some changes the department's making, are there not?
No, they're keeping them there.
They're all the existing, they're leaving
Okay,
it
the
in.
existing, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're adding new, right? There's little trickles of new coming down.
Yeah.
But the bulk of the new isn't going to kick in till
So 2 is just
another
asking.
year.
Yeah.
2 is
you're
just
fine with
asking
that?
them
Yeah.
to do what they're already doing.
Right.
I'm good.
So is 2 being removed, or what's?
No, well, you're already doing it. So we're just going to leave it in there.
Can I go back to number 1 for
Yep.
a minute? We say following the launch of the transit master plan. Can we say following the launch of the primary transit network, which is within the master plan?
Got
Just
it.
for correct wording, okay?
Okay, so clause 1 will then read that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to complete a citywide review of all bus stop removals and/or relocations within 12 months, which will be June 2026, following the launch of the primary transit network.
That sounds right. For the second one, though, should it be council approval or should it be the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works?
Currently, it is standing policy on Public Works. Like you said you're already doing this, so are you saying,
Well, right now, it says that no permanent removal of bus stop, sidewalks, or bus shelters occur until after this said review is complete and subject to council approval.
right? So
I'm just asking, should that actually read subject to approval of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works?
Yeah.
you could, yeah. I'm just clarification though, like you were going to remove them after a year. The ones, well, unless you had to make some changes, you're going to remove them after a year, which would have been, well, the same time, I guess.
In some cases, we aren't going to necessarily proactively remove them because it's just a slightly
No, but-
widened sidewalk, so we might,
Let me
there's no
just-
benefit to leave it.
Yeah, just let me quickly ask, what I'm trying to get at here is, that doesn't need council approval, like, that's just standing committee approval when you undertake that work?
It's not even,
It's not, for us to change bus stops generally doesn't require the approval of any, of council or any committees.
Or the committee, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was getting,
Yeah,
I
we
was
don't-
trying to get it.
Yeah.
we
So, yeah.
don't bring requests for approval to move bus stops to this committee.
Yeah, no, okay, so.
So if
so
if you
the
wanted to remove.
Motion should read standing committee chairperson?
I think it should read standing committee, that's where it
Okay.
comes back, so. Okay, so do you want to read the motion then, Mr. Clerk?
Certainly, that the SBC concur in the recommendation of the EKT Community Committee as amended, and that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to complete a citywide review of all bus stop removals and/or relocations within 12 months, in brackets, June 2026, following the launch of the primary transit network, and 2, that no permanent removal of bus stop, sidewalks, or bus shelters occur until after this said review is complete and subject to Standing Policy Committee on Public Works approval.
We do want to clarify, bus shelters will be moving though. It doesn't mean that their bases are permanently removed. I just don't want to have a misunderstanding that we're not moving bus shelters, because we are in fact moving bus shelters.
We're just not busting out the concrete bases.
Correct.
Good. That's, well, that means it's pretty easy to put it back, right?
We could perhaps clarify that it be bus shelter bases. Would that,
Yeah, bus shelter bases.
Which is the concrete.
Are they tripping hazards?
No, the bolts are cut down, and if we need to put it back, we just drill new bolts in.
Okay.
Otherwise, you would have a tripping hazard there, so we got to remove them.
Yeah, no, I don't. Last thing I want to do is trip on one of those.
Okay, so that's the motion then. Are you okay with that, Councillor Sharma?
Yes.
Okay. No, he's working, are you sending it out, or? Say it, read it again, please.
okay, so number 1, that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to complete a citywide review of all bus stop removals and/or relocations within 12 months, in brackets, June 2026, following the launch of the primary transit network. And 2, that no permanent removal of bus stop sidewalks or bus shelter bases occur until after this said review is complete and subject to Standing Policy Committee on Public Works approval.
Just before we vote on that, is it possible to get, so the illustration that you had on the screen for Stafford and Grosvenor, is it possible to get illustration of the existing and then an illustration of the proposed, just so we can kind of overlay?
Can you just send him the PDF?
Yeah, I can send you that PDF, sure.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so that's the motion on the floor. Are you moving it, Councillor Chambers?
I'm going to be in opposition, so.
Oh, you're going to be in opposition, okay.
Are you
All
moving
right.
it, Councillor?
You can move it.
I'll move it? Okay.
Okay, okay,
I'll move it.
okay. Councillor Eady's moving the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposition.
Okay. All right. Councillor Chambers is in opposition. Okay. So thank you, Transit, for your updates and all your good work. Much appreciated. Lots happening in your world, lots happening, and a lot of work. So let's keep going onward.
Change
Thank
is
you.
always difficult, Madam Chair.
I know, I know. Okay.
So
Okay.
break and then.
So we're going to break. Now, how long do you guys want to break for? It's 1 o'clock, 5 after 1. So how long do you want to break for? You want to break for an hour or 45 minutes?
Come back at 2.
Do you want to come back at 2? Okay, 2 o'clock. We'll be back at 2 o'clock.
David? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to reconvene the meeting of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works. And we are now on item 8, but I think before we get into item 8, there's some other items that I think what we're going to do is we've got quite a few items with an extension of time and some layovers. And I'm wondering if the committee's open to moving these motions and agreeing to them. I do want to pull, I'll give you the items with extension of time. Item number 13, item number 14, I want to pull 15, I don't want to put that one in. Item 16 and 20. So 13, 14, 16, and 20. Oh, do they have 20 on the agenda?
We just need to suspend the rules to add it to the agenda, and then we can provide that extension of time.
Okay. So as the committee members, are you open to that?
Yep.
Okay, so first of all, I guess we'll
Anything that
suspend the
moves it.
rules to get number 20 on the agenda, the Winnipeg parking strategy. You want to suspend the rules?
Yep.
Councillor Chambers?
So moved.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. And then items 13, 14, 16, and 20, they are all layovers, extensions of time. So could we have a motion to support the extension of time?
So moved.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Okay, and then item number 11 and item number 17 are layovers for 30 days. Okay, Marion Corridor improvements and, yes? Oh, you want to speak to?
Yes,
Okay, you want to
please.
speak to 11, so just number 17.
It's not a layover, we're requesting it, the layover.
We're requesting a
Yeah,
layover.
so I want to hear, yeah.
Okay, all right. Item number 17 then was requested to have a layover. Okay, so motion for a layover for item number 17.
So moved.
They just said they wanted to speak to it.
They're going to speak to 11.
11.
They want to
11.
speak to, they don't want to speak to 17.
Okay, got it,
Okay.
yes, I want to move the layover for that.
Okay, all in favor for number 17 for a layover?
Aye.
Okay, carried. Okay, so now we'll get back to the Transportation Master Plan. All right, Public Service, welcome.
My name is David Patman, the Manager of Transportation and Public Works. And so this report, it presents the City of Winnipeg's updated Transportation Master Plan entitled Transportation 2050. Transportation 2050 is a long-term strategic planning document. It directs policies, programs, and infrastructure through 2050. Its goal is to provide a safe, sustainable, and integrated transportation system. The plan was developed over a 5-year period. It's data-driven and informed by a comprehensive stakeholder and public engagement program. So Transportation 2050 provides policy direction on multiple aspects of Winnipeg's transportation system, considering many factors. Winnipeg is a vibrant and growing city that will be home to 1 million people in the coming decades. Demand on the transportation system is increasing. There's more people living, working, and carrying out activities in the city, and that also goes for the surrounding region around Winnipeg. And there's travel impacts on the city through those people. The volume of goods moving through Winnipeg is also growing. There's many pieces of infrastructure that are nearing the end of the useful service life, and accommodating the single occupant automobile is and will continue to be challenging for Winnipeg. Roads take up a significant space and are expensive to build and maintain. As a long-term strategic plan document, Transportation 2050 sets a vision for the future of transportation, grounds strategic planning and guiding principles, identifies focus areas and key directions, and establishes policies to direct us towards a more sustainable and integrated transportation system. There are 4 targets in the TMP that we want to look at. None of them is more important than the other. They're all sort of in orbit around the transportation master plan. We want to see economic prosperity, allowing goods to continue to move efficiently by air, rail, and truck, which ensures support for economic growth. We want to look at mode share. By 2050, our vision is that 50% of trips will be made by walking, cycling, transit, and ride share. We're far away from that right now. We want to move in that direction. So we'll have to start making changes, monitoring things, capturing data through things like the Winnipeg Area Transportation Study. We also want to make the roads and transportation network safer for the public. We're looking through the RSAP that we have to achieve a 20% reduction in fatal and serious injury collections by 2026. We're already on the way to that. We want to continue in that direction towards Vision Zero. We also want a transportation network that's accessible and equitable. We want it to be designed and built to be accessible and affordable to all Winnipeggers. So the 2050 plan, it prioritizes maintaining existing infrastructure over building new infrastructure. But that said, we are looking at building new infrastructure as part of this plan. We want to make strategic investments to move more people and goods using the roads already in place. We want to support the development of complete communities. That means that people can get to their destinations, what they want to do in the day, without having to make long trips across the city. If they can make shorter trips, that's trips they can be making using active modes like walking and cycling. And we want to give people the choice. We're not saying that we're going to force you out of your car. There's no war on the car here. But if there's other modes that make more sense to use, people will naturally gravitate towards not having to use the car for every single trip. So we have a number of recommendations coming out of this plan. The plan's extensive. There's hundreds of pages of plan. There's the Transportation Master Plan plus the Pedestrian Cycling Strategies document. Pedestrian Cycling Strategies document was a refresh of the previous version, so it wasn't as major a redo as the Transportation Master Plan. It did make some major tweaks, though. And when we say like tweaks, the big things that we're looking at is modifying the network to be a primary and secondary network. The primary network allows you to get, using active transportation, get across town, like connect north to south, east to west. The secondary network connects neighborhoods to each other, neighborhoods to the schools, neighborhoods to the local retail, communities to each other. So if you think of it as having 2 levels, you've got the local level that gets you around your neighborhood, and then if you want to go further, like if you're commuting to, say, a university, you can use active transportation for that as well. We know active transportation is best suited to shorter trips, but you can make longer trips to it if you've got the network there. So that's a big piece of the Pedestrian Cycling Strategies update. Another big piece of that is that we, in the previous go-around of the Pedestrian Cycling Strategies, it was very prescriptive. It said, this segment is going to be this form, it's going to be on this corridor. We want the refresh of it to sort of say, we want a corridor in this area. It needs to connect this community to this community. But we're not going to say it must absolutely be on one corridor versus a parallel street. You've got to do the analysis. You've got to talk to the community. You've got to talk to the stakeholders to figure out what the best solution is. And so we already try to do that right now. We're doing that in the future as we continue to plan and fill in the gaps on the network. That's what we'll be doing, but we're just spelling it out within the pedestrian cycling strategy, so that's a key piece of it. We also, a new focus of the Transportation Master Plan this time around is we did the project not just looking at everything under one consultant. We used different consultants to do different parts of the plan. And a big new piece of this iteration of the Transportation Master Plan was on goods movement. We know goods movement is very important. Winnipeg's a gigantic hub for goods movement, be it by rail, be it by freight, even like in trucks, and also by air cargo at the airport. So we've created the Goods Movement Advisory Committee. We've got work to do on goods movement, and we've got to get the truck network updated. Generally, in past versions of the Transportation Master Plan, we've always kept the truck movement piece, the truck network has been something that followed along behind the completion of the Transportation Master Plan because it's a bylaw that needs to be updated. That's going to happen with this plan as well. So we included it as an appendix. We've got information on truck movement, freight movement. We're going to be adopting that in the future. We need to continue to do some work with the stakeholders on freight movement, but that will be coming in the coming months, following on the tail end of the Transportation Master Plan. Once the Transportation Master Plan is adopted by Council, we're anticipating it will be adopted. We're looking forward to that happening. We've got a number of projects to follow along. Some of these projects are individual sets of like strategies and best practices that need to be updated. Looking at things like transportation demand management, transit-oriented development implementation, zero-emission vehicles, looking at complete streets, looking at curbside management, and also multimodal corridors, where we know we've got the implementation of rapid transit to come. We know there's going to be some modifications that we need to the transportation network to make this happen. Sitting corridors will have to be modified, and capacity will have to be juggled between the current setup of the rights of way and what's needed to get the transit involved. So those studies need to come. They'll be coming down the pipe. One additional study that we're really excited about and will be coming we're getting started ramping up on it is the strategic road network. This is sort of a refresh to what was previously considered you might have heard about an inner ring road study, where you've got a corridor, a loop that goes around the downtown. It goes within the city, but it's inside the city versus the perimeter highway. We've taken that plan and we've said, previous thinking was just do an inner ring road and have one big loop. We want to look at other corridors in addition that may need to be tweaked or enhanced as we continue to grow the city out. So whereas on some corridors we know we need to share the space with other modes, like we want to make them complete streets, so we want to make them rapid transit corridors. There are certain corridors that are going to fall under the strategic road network where in order to continue to allow people to move efficiently and effectively throughout the city, we may need to make upgrades to those corridors. But we want to do it very thoughtfully and carefully. We don't want to just spend, build with these corridors. We've got to look at them carefully. What are the key pieces that need to be built? It might be certain intersections need triple left hands, like you have by the IKEA. Other locations might need to have interchanges built. If you look at the city of Calgary, they've built many interchanges along their corridors. They're a bit further along in development. They're close to, they've exceeded 1 million people. We're on that trajectory as well. We need to start thinking about where we might need to put interchanges in place. That doesn't appear within the plan. Like if you look at map 9 in the report, you can see lots of major corridors where we've identified these are the mega projects that need to be built.
On map 9?
Yeah, where we say things like Chief Peguis extension or Route 90 extension.
Okay.
We're talking about needing to come up with a new network, and this will be forthcoming. This is what the strategic network is all about. We're going to identify the segments that need to be part of a strategic road network and then carry out corridor studies to make recommendations about what's needed on them. So when you see strategic road network in the list of recommendations, that's what that project's all about.
So where is that list? Is it on a certain page here in this report?
The strategic road network, it's mentioned within the report. I don't have the reference to what
okay.
page number it's on, but we do talk about the strategic road network. We don't list what corridors are on it yet, because that's part of the actual work of it, is to identify what will be in it and what will be not a part of it. Because not every corridor will be a good candidate for being part of the strategic road network. But we are going to be reporting back on that. We are going to bring a report back to the committee to share on that, because we're really excited about it. We've got a lot of, we started to talk about it with some stakeholders. There's a lot of enthusiasm for it. We think there's a lot of enthusiasm within the division to work on this and work with the other parts of the city, other parts of the public service on this.
So I'm just, I know you're doing your presentation, but I could ask you after. I just want to understand more about the strategic network plan itself. Should I ask you now or after?
Go ahead, yeah, I can stop and answer that question.
So you're going to look at all the major corridors to determine what needs to be done so they flow better? Like
Flow better is maybe a simplification of it, more reliable, I think, and looking at we want to make sure that it's not just like an overbuilt, making us totally reliant on cars and continue down that pathway.
Right.
We have to be sort of thoughtful and say which corridors are sort of the best candidates for any changes, because we know we can't just spend willy-nilly on this.
Right.
So we've got to think about which corridors make the most sense to be part of this, which ones aren't already identified as being parts of other projects. There are certain corridors that they've already identified for rapid transit, so the focus on those will be making sure the rapid transit works. But there might be some unintended consequences of doing that. If we're taking away capacity on some corridors, parallel routes might start taking more traffic. Some of that traffic will go away, some of it will change to using the rapid transit, which is great. We need to start studying it, though, in more detail to figure out what is the future going to look like on the road network, which we know that we might have to adjust some people's people's expectations might say, I expect not to have any delay ever. And we know we can't always do that anymore. We've got to be messaging that message out to the public that you might have more congestion on the network, but we want to make sure it's reliable. So it's not just like one day it's going to take 20 minutes to get home, the next day it's 60 minutes, next day it's 2 hours. Can't do it that way. We need to make sure it's reliable, otherwise we'll be at a disadvantage compared to other cities. We still want to move towards active transportation and getting people out of their car where it makes sense, but if we continue to grow the city out, some trips will have to continue to be made by the car, and we need to make sure that we can handle that with careful planning of the road network.
So then you need money to do that, right?
We've got some resources already dedicated to this for the planning exercise, for coming up with those studies. We've got $1 million already dedicated towards this. We're coming up right now with the plan and what it sort of looks like. We're thinking it's going to be break the city up into corridors, do one corridor at a time. Start with figure out what the priority is, and then do the corridors. So that will have projects sort of shovel-ready, identified. If we need additional resources, we will loop back and ask for additional resources.
So, and you have $1 million for it already?
Yeah.
And where do you have that from? Was that in the budget?
That's in the budget, yeah, previously assigned to it.
To the chair, previously that was identified in the capital budget detail sheet as the inner ring road study.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And that was then modified to strategic road.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Okay, if I can get back to then the presentation, because I'm nearly wrapped up. We also, so we've got the idea of doing these additional reports. We're also, in addition to that strategic road network, we're also looking at the Watts study, which is the travel survey. We usually do those every 10 years. We've got resources lined up for that as well. So we're going to do an update to the travel survey to figure out, are we starting to move in the right direction towards getting people out of their cars? How does that vary from one part of the city to the next? It might be that places in the downtown, say the downtown, the Exchange, Osborne Village, Wolseley, we might see that those areas they're using they're using alternatives to the car really well. They've got really good mode splits that are starting to move in that direction. We might find that compared to those areas in new developments like say Waverly West or Sage Creek, they're still very reliant on the car. We might find that there's homes there with 5 or 6 cars, and everyone's driving. We wanted to start capturing that information, getting KPIs, and monitoring it, rather than just doing studies once every 10 years or once every 15 years. If we can start doing these studies more frequently, we'll be able to say, are we on the right track? Do we need to offer more carrots and sticks to start getting in that direction? Because it's one thing to say, our goal is this, but if we're not doing anything to change our practices, then we'll never achieve those goals. In addition to those projects, we've also got a number of pilots that we're talking about. There's certain like little projects that are going to be examples of the type of thing we want to do that have come up during the Transportation Master Plan, things that we could try out. If they work, then it's a successful pilot, and it's something that we do in more locations in the city. One of those ideas is secure bike parking. If we have secure bike parking in areas, like we're already doing a little bit of that right now at the Blue Bomber games. You can go and you can get your bike securely parked. It's not going to be stolen when you come back. If we do more pilots like that and they do work, then we can explore coming up with a way to implement them throughout the city. If it doesn't work and it's an unpopular project, then it's just the pilot that doesn't go forward. In addition, like those pilots, some of these ideas are maybe a little bit like, they may sound like super innovative, or they might sound like things we don't want to do. We still have to look at them in a bit more detail. So we're going to look at them, we're going to come up with the business case for them, and then bring them forward if they make sense. We want to talk to the stakeholders inside the city. Some of them are us working with transit, or us working with PP&E. So we've had some conversations with them. We want to keep having those conversations. We're building those bridges between our division and the rest of the public service. That's already going very well. That's something we've been able to make progress on during this 5-year process. Lastly, there's an ask within here, and I know that when we do have the conversation, I know that there's been some modifications to this recommendations list, but we are making some requests for some additional FTEs. We've got a lot of these ideas, a lot of projects, but it's sort of daunting to the public service. It's like, how are we going to do all the work we normally do, plus all these additional projects? So we've made some asks for FTEs, and they're not just related to like active modes. We said that we've got freight movement, we've got sustainable planners. Those sustainable planners, we want them to work on some of these new active mode projects, some of these new change, like moving the direction towards active modes, but they can work on all projects. We want them to sort of they can wear any hat. They're not just the generalist. If we need them to work on strategic road network, they'll work on that. If we need them to work on something related to mobility hubs, they can work on that too. And lastly, we have some staff that we're trying to build out our active mode group. This is an ask that was made previously. There's been previous iterations of the Transportation Master Plan. Ask was made back in 2011. Ask was made with the first round of the PCS. We'd like to make that ask and have it for consideration by council and the decision makers there. So, as we say, there was a lot of work on this project. It was 5 years in the making. We slowed down because of COVID. We had to do some, we had to change how we did our public engagement, but we still did a ton of public engagement on this. We didn't hear a lot of opposition. We heard people say they like the ideas. It's very ambitious, maybe too ambitious, but I don't think that's a flaw. That's an opportunity for us. So, got the plan here. There's a lot of content, a lot of appendices. Tried to sum it up in this admin report. You know, it's very short, but yeah, we're looking forward to getting this done. And once this is in place, we're already starting now talking at public service about the next round of the Our Winnipeg and Complete Communities. We'll be following on the tail of that by having this plan done. And now those plans are starting to change, but we want this to be a living document. We say that doesn't mean that it's going to be constantly in flux and 1 week to the next it's different, but we tried to align it with the Complete Communities and Our Winnipeg the last time around. As they change, we'll have to change as well, but being a bit more flexible will help keep this document a living document, a valuable document, and not one that sits on the shelf. So with that, thank you for the time, and here to answer questions on this.
Okay. Committee members, any questions? I have some questions, but you want me to start with my questions? Oh, Councillor Eady, go. Yes?
Yeah, I finally made it back.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a pretty complete report. What I'm curious about is there was talk pre-2016 of the province creating a St. Norbert bypass to take the trade route vehicles around over to align with Route 90. In preparing for our City of Winnipeg plan, did you have any communications with the province? Is there any intention of restoring that particular bypass?
Yeah, well, certainly we did talk with the province. We've talked to the province repeatedly throughout the process on this. There are a number of projects on the map now, including the St. Norbert bypass, that are in the project, in the sort of the sphere around the city of things we know are going to be happening, but they're on the province's timeline. And so we talk with the province on a regular basis. There's some movement on some of these projects right now. They're starting to talk to us about CID and projects. I don't believe the St. Norbert bypass is prioritized in terms of being a project that are going to move on quickly, but we are familiar with it. We are staying in touch with them. We're trying to work both with the province and the capital region. There were some hiccups with the capital region's plan that was done, the 2050 plan.
Yeah.
Sort of got put on pause while our project was working. But we do want to stay in touch with them. It's very important that we build bridges and communicate with them so they're all on the same page on these things, especially when there's money to be spent on these projects. It has to be shared between different stakeholders.
Right. Okay. Thanks. There's probably 1,000 questions, but I mean, there's a lot in the report. It's just a matter of reading it through. Anyway.
Councillor Chambers, any comments? It's a big report. I guess I have a question. In Appendix C on the pedestrian and cycling strategies maps, and you've got, you've sort of prioritized sidewalks, okay? Now, have you taken into consideration the schools in these prioritized sidewalks? In that map?
I actually have an answer on what we included, and schools was included in that. The criteria included it if it was a mixed-use corridor identified in our Winnipeg, if it was a transit route in the transit master plan, if it was a high-poverty area as per the city map on that, the locations that are nearby, which includes, is it within 400 meters of a post-secondary school, hospital, seniors home, rec center, library, or park, and also if it was a truck route. And yeah, both post-secondary schools at 400 meters proximity and 200 meters of regular schools, because younger children can't walk as far, so they need to have a greater density of network.
I think that's listed somewhere. We have a report that has that prioritization in it.
Yeah, I believe it's within the body of the PCS, but I'd have to check with the AT branch.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, so now the goods movement study. Let's talk about that, okay? So this is a pretty robust study that you've got here. You worked with the Manitoba Trucking Association and the Goods Movement Committee on that.
Yeah, we worked first we worked with a consultant on that had truck freight movement knowledge.
Right.
And then we took it to the Goods Movement Committee, and we've been talking to them about it, about the content of it. The Goods Movement Committee recommended to us that we took this from just being a sort of a document that would otherwise have just fed into the TMP to being almost the third leg of a stool that includes the Transportation Master Plan, the pedestrian cycling strategies, and this goods movement document. It was intended initially for internal use, but they thought it was such a great document. We were very proud of it as well. We want to keep it as sort of a reference document that will keep freight movement sort of on a high level as part of the considerations going forward, and not just sort of as an add-on or second, like, oh yeah, don't forget, add one paragraph about truck movement at the end of each report type of thing.
So I guess my question on the goods movement is, you've got a map in it, figure 4, and basically it shows future truck routes. So does that mean when you come forward with your new truck route map bylaw that the future ones will now be the routes?
We have that map as it's under consideration for that being the next truck route map when we do the update to the truck route network bylaw. We've tried to clean it up from the previous version. Like the truck route map has not been, there hasn't been a big effort to update it for many decades. What we've done here is we talked to the stakeholders, like various stakeholders, the consultant that we used. They made some recommendations to sort of reduce the number of routes in the truck route network. In talking to the public, there's a bit of opposition to freight movement, as you probably are fairly aware of. Anyone who's a councillor probably fields questions about truck routes, and people don't like seeing trucks going past their homes, going past when they're sitting out on the patio having a drink at a restaurant.
Right.
They don't want a big truck to come past. But some of those corridors have to serve multiple needs, like your Provencher, like your Marion.
Yeah.
You've got network that's a mix. Like you've got trucks and freight movement on the same corridor as small-scale retail and TOD and complete streets. So we know we're having to make some shifts to this. We're having to make some places we're gonna have to try and adapt the truck network. We don't want to make it so it's impossible for freight movement to do what it's there to do, but there are some corridors where we can clean it up a little bit. So we're making recommendations. We know that perhaps the truck lobbyists, the Manitoba Trucking Association, aren't going to be in favor of us taking away truck access, but we're trying to compromise between the different needs. And so, yeah, we're going to come up with a truck route network that's different from what's there now. We've still got to do further consultation on it. We know we're going to get some pushback on it, but we're trying to clean it up a little bit, recognizing that we still want to keep trucks moving in the city, but if an area is no longer heavy freight or heavy, like it's transitioned, then perhaps there's not a need for it to be a truck route the same way it used to be.
So two things. You said you're going to be doing consultation on, like public consultation on truck routes? Is that what you're doing?
We're definitely going to be talking to the trucking industry about this.
Okay.
May do further consultation with the public. We included the truck network as part of the Transportation Master Plan public consultation. So we've already done a fair amount of consultation on it. But anytime there's like a topic like trucks, it's going to get additional people out if we say we're doing a truck event.
Okay, and then, so the second point was, as I look at this truck map, Kenaston coming off the perimeter is a truck route, but yet it's dotted, meaning future. The one that goes through the Waverly West Ward, like that got federal funding for a truck route. My understanding, it's a truck route. Yet it's sort of got dots here that it's in the Appendix D, page 34.
Let me just take a look at that.
Yeah, Appendix D, page
Yeah,
34.
I'm pulling it up.
So, I'm just kind of curious, right, that, and it will connect to the bypass, right? But I know when literally my second week on the job here, we were opening that road, and it was a big to-do because it was a truck route.
Yeah, so that, you're talking about figure 4, it says figure 4 goods movement map in Appendix D?
Figure 4 goods movement map from 2011. Oh,
Yeah, so that's the 2011 map.
Okay.
That's the previous map that we're moving away from.
2011. Yeah, that's.
If you look at on page 114 of the new map,
Yep,
you've got a slightly different map.
okay,
Yeah.
got it, okay, perfect. Okay, oh yeah, there we go, okay. Oh, this is, yeah, okay. Okay, so that's good. So that's good news. I know, hundreds of hours of work have gone into this. Glitch with the pandemic, you know, you've dealt with the province, then it had to go to the province. Province was okay with it.
Province is generally on board with it, yes. Like, we had to tweak some stuff, like there's certain corridors we showed corridors like CPT East or Abinogi-Mi'kmaq that are provincial. They're going to be involving many stakeholders, and so the timing of them could change. So we've got them in there. We know this further conversation is going to be necessary on those ones, but we've built this a new and improved working relationship with the province on this. So we're talking directly to our equivalents at the province about these projects, and so we're trying to make sure that we're not saying one thing and they're saying a different thing. We're trying to be as consistent as we can, and so things change and decisions get made, but the idea of a living document is we continue to work on it together. So that's
Okay, so I guess then you've made your recommendations on priorities. We've kind of looked at it and want to shift it around a little bit. We really
right.
want,
The timing of certain projects. Oh, yes.
well, we really want to focus on the strategic road network, right? Like
Yes.
that's a biggie, right?
That's a biggie.
And goods movement.
Well, if you want to talk about strategic road network and goods movement, they kind of go hand in hand.
Right.
So
So we kind of wanted to bump it up to 2026. Is that?
That's fine. Like, well, we intend these projects to be not just like a single report, but it's more like a new, an action plan. We're going to be working on the report, and it's going to take many years to complete. Like, we're going to be looking at these different corridors. We're going to be prioritizing them. So we can report back on where we're at in 2026.
On
We
where
can
you're
report back in
at.
2027. Like, we can report, but we're going to keep you informed as we go. I spoke to the staff that are involved on the strategic road network. They are excited about giving a report in
Okay.
advance. Like, it won't be as far along, but they can report back on it, as required.
Sure. Okay. And then in relation to also the Winnipeg Area Transportation Study and the St. Mary's Road Downtown Corridor Study, kind of punting those to 2026 too, that if you could report back on the progress of those two.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we recognize these projects are going to take several years to do.
Yeah.
We can give you an early update rather than a later in the process update.
So then, I'm supportive of hiring these people, but it would be good to have a prioritized list and a hiring.
I saw that,
timeline.
yeah. That's, we can add extra detail to that. That will help us with our planning for it as well.
Sure. So basically supporting what your recommendations are, just kind of rearranging it
yes.
a little bit
Excellent.
to have updates a bit sooner and such. You okay with that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you know, like I reflect back on when I was involved in, before I was elected, in that first, well, not the first, but that transportation master plan. There was, I don't know, there's no one here. There's no one worried about this one. I guess they all have great confidence, right? So it just seemed more dramatic and more involved and more, I don't know. But I guess this has happened over COVID. It's happened over time. There's been consultations. So here we are. People are glad it's here. It's not set in stone. It's living, breathing, right? Can be modified.
Yeah.
You have identified from the, on the roads, you've identified in the entire city, roads to be built, prioritization, and roads to be upgraded, right? So that prioritization list is interesting.
yeah, I'd like to take you back to the strategic road network.
Yeah. Let's get that map in front of us.
Well, we had previously in 2011, that was identified as the inner ring road. At that
Okay.
time in 2011, it identified Route 90, currently now named Abinogi-Mi'kmaq, and Cheapegwis Trail. Those were, and I think if you refer to pages, I think it's roughly from 87 to 103, referring to the strategic road network in the Transportation 2050 Reimagining Mobility. Some of the key things is that what we need to look at in this city is to develop a strategic network. you have competing factions on that roadway today in a number of ways, trying to move people in communities, people in neighborhoods, and goods and people throughout the city. And so what we've noticed over the last 14 years here at the city is this constant challenge against each one of those modes, including transit, to pressure you must choose only one. And I feel that we've really had our challenges pursuing that. When you look at the strategic road network with its intent, and when we talk about goods movement and people movement, the strategic road network is a framework to move goods and people. It's an absolute framework to move goods and people. And the Inner Ring Road Plan before was just this focused on really 4 pieces of the network. And what the strategic road network study has to identify is not just that, but the strategic corridors that will move people and goods throughout this city. And so fundamentally, why am I bringing this up right now? Well, these projects, these corridor studies, and the results of those corridor studies, and the results of our reports, such as whether it's Arlington Bridge, Louise Bridge, Route 90, Chief Peguis Trail West Extension, these come with a hefty price tag. And what we need to demonstrate to parties above us, being the federal and provincial government, is a strategic plan that we can all defend and prioritize. And that strategic road network study is a supporting mechanism for us to move forward to say to those above us, here are our priorities, our strategic priorities that we do need tri-party support for. I don't believe we're expecting the citizens of this city to pay for all the goods movement and people movement from outside this city as a result of being in this city. And so we need to come up with that framework and that plan and defend that plan for action with other levels of government. That's why I'm kind of waiting that out. And I think committee, EPC, and council need to appreciate the importance of that decision and that priority to move that forward. And I appreciate what you're saying today about prioritizing that as a level of importance, because I see it as one of the most important items of next steps in our document. I just wanted to pass that on.
Good. So do you do consultations on that too, or that's more of an engineering exercise?
It's going to be primarily an engineering exercise, but there will be some element of consultation.
Right, right.
It's going to, the project is still in its infancy,
Right.
which is why it doesn't exist in here as like a chapter of the report. It's something we're kicking off and figuring out what's needed in the scope of it right now.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm thinking of roads I'll think in the south end, like say Abinogi. You'll look at that, you'll see what you can do to, take into consideration forms of transportation, how you're going to deal with some of these intersections.
Yeah, and hear from the public as well. You might say, we need an interchange, or we're not prepared to have an interchange on this corridor. We certainly wouldn't want to put the wrong infrastructure and spend a lot of money on a study and then have it face opposition. So I think we're going to learn as we go. Like the first one may be challenging, but then the subsequent ones, they may be that much faster at getting completed.
I really appreciate on page 94 under key action A, so policy 1.4, embed equity and inclusion in all transportation decisions.
Yeah.
The key actions A. I don't think it can be better said than undertake and implement the strategic road network study to develop a safe and reliable vehicle and truck-oriented network for regional trips, improve the goods movement network throughout the city and the capital region, provide a reliable route around the downtown that reduces cut-through traffic and complements investment in sustainable modes on constrained corridors and support growth in existing and future developments. Now, somebody on the side of people and active transportation would say, well, I don't hear my voice in that statement. And that's because we're promoting those neighborhoods as part of that movement. So this is just one little small message about many other items. So that we put more, so in other words, look at Route 90 as part of that strategic road network study and look at the concerns from the community about Cambridge and other roadways, this is exactly why you need to move forward on decisions like this.
Okay. Okay, I'm super cool with that. Okay, so I don't know, committee members, if you don't have any other questions, if maybe Councillor Chambers, if you want to take the chair, I'll just propose basically just a reorganization, prioritization motion here that we can look at and proceed with. I don't know, like, it's just a reorganization, and it's asking to come back with a prioritized list of recommended hiring time for the following positions. So I don't think you want to read the whole thing. It's 2 pages in the, do you want to read it in or not? Like,
It's up to the committee, but the motion has been circulated to the committee and to the public service as well.
Well, just for Councillor Edie.
I did send it to him. I did send it to you, Councillor Edie, this morning.
I've been listening, I haven't been listening to my email.
I know.
Okay. Yeah.
I know. So it is just a reprioritization of what the public service is recommending, and it's asking for timelines to come back a little sooner to give us an update on where they're at, what their progress is, and the implementation. So,
The hiring piece comes in 10A, 10B, and 10C.
yeah, and the hiring is, it's great to give us who you want, but give us a
reprioritizing
prioritized list.
road projects?
Pardon me?
Are you reprioritizing?
No, we're not
infrastructure?
reprioritizing road projects at all. It's the studies, right? It's the studies. It's the strategic road network study, goods movement study, Winnipeg area transportation study, St. Mary's Road downtown corridor study, to come back in 2026. And then to come back with some funding strategies for complete streets implementation plan, multimodal corridor studies, guidelines, and then a list of prioritized actions to be funded each year. So just a little more clarity.
Which hasn't been done yet, though, right?
No, it hasn't, no.
Okay.
No.
All right.
So just more
Okay.
clarity.
Okay.
Okay? Okay.
So-
So I'll put that motion forward
Okay, do you have any questions, Councillor
for the
Edie?
transportation master plan.
No, it's a good motion.
Yeah.
It sounds like trying to move things along a bit
Yeah.
faster, although it will get delayed in the end by availability of money,
Well-
Chairperson.
What does it?
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah,
this is
anyway,
sort of the
it's good.
planning.
Yep, that's
Okay.
Okay.
And, okay, so that's the motion?
I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Okay, and I will add, I was glad to see that the Manitoba Trucking Association came down and Manitoba Heavy and supported it. That's, you know, there were some humps and bumps along the road, I guess we could say that. And I want to thank you guys for working closely with them and listening to them and working together. There's still, I mean, it's a city without freeway, so for sure these guys are going to be challenged, right?
Yep.
And we're challenged from a livability, active transportation perspective, but we have to figure it out, and we seem to have all come together, so that's really good. So thank you very much for working with them on that. And for the hours and hours and hours and weeks and years of work. Okay. All right. I just feel like this should be hours of discussion, but anyways, moving on. Okay. So
3,000 pages of documents.
I know. It merits a little more blather, but I'm not going to do it. So, okay. So now what we'll do is we'll talk about, oh my goodness, is this the last verbal update?
This is it.
Wow.
But there's one, if I could, Chair, just before we talk about the verbal update and the tender update as well on item 10, I would just like for the committee to acknowledge that the individual to my right, Mr. Brad Nearink, the manager of engineering, will be retiring from the city at the, last day of work for, service work for us is June 26th, I believe. And 27th is last, but.
Before the opening of Portage and Main.
Yeah, he's coming. He's the first one to cross. So I just want to make sure that we acknowledge Brad publicly. Brad's worked in the engineering department roughly for what, 26 years. Came in prior to Y2K. And the one thing I have to say about Brad in my 14 or 15 years here with the city is I couldn't have found a more responsible technical individual, provided fantastic advice both internally, was very thorough on every job and every ask that he ever had. And I believe what I've seen over him over these years and how he's provided technical advice to you as elected officials, you know, I know you're going to miss what he's brought to the table, and I know as an individual I'm going to miss him, but you know, I can't thank him enough for what he's done for us and for the citizens of the city, and wish him all the best in his next step in life and career. And just wanted to make sure that the community and council or committees of council recognize that, Brad. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I want to thank you too very much for not giving the spin. When we ask you questions, you give us the answers. And I know maybe a little bit to the chagrin of your director there, but you've always been very frank and honest with us. And I'll reflect back on the episode with the Waverly Underpass. You know, I think that Councillor Sharma, she's not here, but I remember putting you on the hot seat on that one, and I just thought, oh, look at this guy. And he's giving us really good, clear answers. And you have all along, and I really appreciate that, because things can be clouded up around here. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
too.
yeah, and we'll probably see you back as a consultant or something, so.
Right?
Maybe.
Which bridge, Brad? Which bridge?
Many of them.
Many of them. Okay. All right. Okay, so verbal update on Portage and Main.
Okay. So yeah, on that note, and the fact that, you know, Brad will be able to cross that on the 27th, which means that our project overall is progressing on schedule and within council approved budgets. And again, what you've seen out there through the contract, the consultants, our project management, the workers on site, you've seen dedication, you've seen work devotion. I mean, there's people on those jobs. There's 3 or 4 different companies working there on a daily basis to get this job done on time in a very short decision-making framework, and we're on that path. So right now, everything's leading us to have the success story that will be our work's completed and ready to go for the 27th.
So when do you turn the pedestrian lights on the 27th?
So the 27th, some of the communication traffic management plan that we have is that we'll be looking at that day, probably running through the your commuter traffic first, and then more or less establishing like a 10 a.m. Start time to the official crossings, right? And opening, that'd be kind of the target for the official opening, with some safety officer support here for the initial. You know, it's you know, we talk also often on the infrastructure side that, well, I could say to the councillors, and I probably do on a daily basis, there's 4 crossings within a few hundred meters of Portage and Main. There's a number of things here. This, to a lot of people in this community and others, this is a monumental occasion as well. And I know that we're doing it to ensure that transit route opening on the 29th there, and their pending start prior to the Canada Day celebrations. We know that that's what the intent was, but for many other people, they see this as something different. I expect that Day 1, we're going to have, in that weekend, we're going to have considerable number of people coming to say, what did they do? They crossed Portage and Main on foot in a safe and effective manner. And so it's a little bigger than Many of the other crossings we've opened up, and they have their storyline as well. So we're going to try and do something as a committee and council. I know it's something that's important to this community. It's very important for the movement, effective movement of transit. So yeah, we're looking at, and we'll have media release details as we get closer. So, but we would be looking at something at that 10 a.m. time frame.
Yeah.
We couldn't do the iconic photo of Penny Lane, 4 people walking across the street.
We could
thought of that
30 of them.
actually. I can be.
I've heard that more than once, so.
I can be Paul McCartney.
Well, there you go.
I
You're the
was,
one accident that'll happen out at.
yeah. I was on the 26th floor of 201 Portage yesterday, took some great photos. The sidewalk work, the detailing looks just spectacular. So and the MJ Steel and Company, or
MD Steel
MD
and-
Steel and Company
Yep.
was outstanding in their work. It was clean, tidy, like I drove through it all the time, clean, tidy. I was expecting, as we talked about, a lot more heat and flack and drama about it, but it just seemed to flow, right?
Yeah.
Do we really need that many lanes? Maybe we don't really need that many lanes.
Well, there's a number. Yeah, there's a number of factors that put us in that active communication, right? Ensuring that people understood what the traffic flow and delays were. Our traffic services group, and ensuring that the appropriate traffic management plans were established. So that puts people in a better light. And again, try to minimize or mitigate surprises, right?
Yeah.
And then the work and the timing of the work is critical to those lane adjustments. So again, we got one more final traffic management move, and that starts next week with the changing to the 2 curb lane crossings in all directions to complete the concrete restorations for the previous traffic signal crossing. So that'll be the last movement, and then I think we're done at that point for traffic.
Could I ask that, that maybe you send out Mr. Cantor's team just to double, like I know we weren't resurfacing or milling and filling the whole thing there, right? I know we weren't doing that, we were just doing sections. But there are a couple potholes out there that, would be nice to just get smoothed out.
The contractor who's still on site, we'll deal with the final touch-ups a little bit.
There's still a little bit of paving to do, so we can get them to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
In addition to MD Steel, I'd like to acknowledge our consultant, Dillon Consulting, who actually planned a lot of this, along with our own staff led by Colin Tishkovsky, our project manager. So it took a lot of people to actually make this work.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just incredible. So, Councilor Reedy?
So Main Street and Portage continue to be a truck route?
Right now it continues, yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking of the last report, talking about, we don't want loud trucks and whatever by our patios. So the vision of the people in downtown who wanted Portage and Main open, they're going to next want you to get rid of the truck route. I don't see anybody sitting out there on patios when it's loud.
All very good points, and all the more reason why the statement I mentioned earlier, Councillor, with the strategic road network.
Yeah.
And I did mention in that strategic road network framework, the mindset is to try to find ways to navigate around the downtown for a lot of our movement, right? And that can be as small in nature, it can be larger in nature, and that's what we're going to study.
Anyway, that's the 2 trade routes that created Winnipeg, just remember that.
Yeah.
All right.
Never forget.
Okay, so motion to receive as information?
Could I also, Chair, receive as information and conclude that this is the last verbal report
And
required?
conclude the last verbal report on the opening of Portage and Main. Okay.
Receive this information and make this the last verbal report on the Portage and Main project.
Perfect. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, now, number 10. So we'll clarify this
Yes.
whole over expenditure, because I
Yeah.
saw someone wrote it up incorrectly, but anyways.
Okay, so all we're asking here is for the request for the over expenditure for tender 675.
Which was?
675, 2024, sorry. It had a little visual statement. So within our Portage and Main project, there's a number of tenders. This is just one of those tenders, doesn't impact the overall cost to the project. So go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, so that's the main point. The project is on the awarded budget, so that was an increased budget up to $21 million, I believe, or something like that. But this is just an over expenditure authorization on the contract to MD Steel of up to $800,000. And as the report was written about 6 weeks ago, there's been a lot of risks that have been mitigated since then. So we're actually only tracking about $270,000 over the contract value. But we asked for the authorization up to the contingency limit of the budget. That way, we have the authority to pay the contractor. That's basically the essence of the report.
Okay, any questions on that? Okay, motion to proceed then?
So moved.
All in favor? Carried. Okay, now Marion Street, Councillor Sharma wanted to hear about it, but.
Yeah, so through the chair, Brad's going to provide some insight into some of the statements that were earlier made or the inconsistencies in what was said versus what was available.
Sure.
So we want to ensure that we personally, as a public service, don't think there's a requirement to lay over, but we want to clarify the points first, and then you can determine that.
Sure.
Okay, so Marion Street project was basically like, it's a functional design study. It was basically wrapped up in 2023. All the public engagement was done. We haven't made any real changes to it since then. So it's a functional study, and the essence of the report is what we really wanted to articulate was there was 5 zones of improvement, including the Goulet-Marion couplet, the Uville S-curve, the Marion Archibald intersection, the Panet-Dawson intersection, and improvements on La Jamodier. So we wanted to rank them and say what the importance was of each one. And the couplet rank, or the Uville curve had safety implications, so that ranked number 1. The Goulet-Marion couplet and the Archibald-Marion intersection ranked almost equal, with a slight preference to the couplet improvements, the complete streets improvements. The other 2 for Panet and for Dawson and for La Jamodier, they can't even be done until there's combined sewer upgrades in the area, because we can't increase pavement area without that. So what we're trying to indicate is that ranking, and that all of these improvements can be done through the local and regional street renewal program sometime after 2030. It would have to hit the investment planning process. In addition to that, we're only at a functional design level, so there's still opportunities at a preliminary design and detailed design level to listen to the public and make additional tweaks here. We think this is how it should go, but we can still make additional tweaks to either like the parking on Marion with the bike lanes there, or I'll address the comments about the Tims and the co-op as well. So if we start with the unidirectional bike lanes on Marion and Goulet, we've already built some of the bike lanes on Goulet, the unidirectional bike lanes on Goulet. Marion, we would probably do them as part of any kind of street renewal segments on those sections as well. So we started consultation in about 2017, some pre-consultation before we started the process, including the Norwood Grove Biz. They were engaged throughout the process, right to the end. with minimal opposition to any kind of improvements that we have. They had a change in administration in 2023, and then that's where we did have a meeting with them in the fall of 2023 where we did get significant pushback on the loss of parking and the addition of the bike lanes on Marion and Goulet. So if you're going to design a complete street, there's going to have to be trade-offs and compromises. Yes, there's only going to be 2 lanes of traffic in each direction, but the compromise, and you're going to lose some parking, but part of the compromise is that you are providing a safe route for a cyclist, and you are providing expanded pedestrian areas as well. So there is a loss of parking on Marion. There's actually a gain of parking on Goulet through our plan, just by a few stalls, but there's a loss on Marion of, like right now, there's about, between St. Mary's Road and Braemar, there's about 207 stalls. During afternoon rush hour, that drops to 176. Under our plan, right now, you would still have 124 spots in Marion, but they'd be available 24/7. So yes, there's a loss of a number of spots, but if there's certain areas within the corridor that we need to increase spots, we can look at, during the preliminary and detailed design, we can look at the bump outs and adjust them in those areas to perhaps add some additional spots. Are we going to get back up to the 207? No, we can't do that if you want to have a complete street. There's got to be a compromise somewhere.
Yeah.
So I guess that's the main point is there's still time to make adjustments in the future. We're just trying to provide council the information of where we are and where we think we're headed in the future, the beyond 2030 timeline. So for the Tims, we heard this morning from Mr. Glavin that there was information missing on the drawing. That's not correct. That drawing number 5 does have, there's a match line.
Yes.
And then up in the upper right-hand corner is the remainder of that drawing.
Oh.
And Mr. Glavin, as a developer, should be able to read that drawing fairly well. In addition, we have had several meetings with them on this. So the big issue for them is the access. And we heard them, but really in order to provide proper safety and level of service through the intersection, the medians are required and we can't give them additional median cuts.
Because they're right at the intersection there, like.
They're right at the intersection.
I know.
So the projection by 2040 is that the intersection is going to operate at a level of service D in the morning and a level of service F in the afternoon. Like, recall the original plan was to blow this all away and put in a grade separation. All of this would have been gone. Both businesses wouldn't have survived in that situation. So, creating an at-grade intersection does not solve the traffic issues at this intersection, but what we're doing provides better safety.
And so then the Tim Hortons gentleman also is going to be challenged with this because, because he wants access points, right?
Yeah, so what he loses is,
I'm just looking it up here.
what he loses is the westbound left on Marion into the parking lot. So he can't do that.
Westbound.
Left?
Yeah.
There's an access right by the guardrail.
Yeah, there's an access just before the intersection.
Yeah.
It's too close to the intersection. So that access isn't available in the morning or afternoon rush hours right now. There's no left turn, there's a left turn restriction there into the lot.
So how are they're going to have to go down Archibald to get in?
Well, that's the problem. Archibald, they can't, there wouldn't be a turn in because
How do they get in?
that would be the only turn that you can't make there. So yes, they're impacted, but they're.
So they get in, so then they have to go in through co-op?
Only if they can get a cross-access agreement with co-op, and we can't mandate that. So there could be an issue where they are, if it's built like this, that they are damaged, and that we may have to make them whole, perhaps, or maybe it's a different business that needs to be there in the future. But that's something that can be identified in the future. Like, right now, there's what's projected is, just hang on a sec here.
So the timeline for this, though, I mean, we have no money for it. Where does it rank in the priorities?
Well, that's the thing, like, we would rank it, as a public service, we would rank it someplace past 2030 to start preliminary design on it, and then identify a budget beyond that. Right now, we wouldn't have capacity to fit it in the budget before then, because we're undertaking Henderson Highway improvements. So that's taking a huge chunk of money, plus we got to continue with our regular street renewals as well. There's also improvements we need to make on, like, really necessary improvements we need to make on Empress that isn't even in the budget yet. So this could be prioritized a little bit later.
And what about the Norwood Biz Zone? Like,
So same there, like normally, like, we would probably program those when we're doing a street renewal. If I was to program anything first, it would be that Uville curve.
right, but they're worked up about their loss of parking. The Norwood Biz.
Yeah, they would have loss of parking, but it wouldn't be for several years until you actually do the improvements on
Oh, yeah,
Marion.
but they're worked up.
And we would work those in with street renewal improvements. Whenever it's programmed for a street renewal, then we'd make the improvement.
So they were part of the process. Did you hear that they were worked up about this in the process?
They weren't until there was a change in leadership in the Norwood Grove Biz.
Oh.
And we did meet with them and provided them this information and told them there's still opportunities to tweak the design in the future. But unless council wants to say no complete street here, we're not putting AT on, then yeah, there's going to be some compromise that's required.
Right. Well, and I don't hear from Allard, like Councillor Allard. I'm assuming he's.
Yeah, he championed the whole complete street
Right.
concept.
Okay. Councillor Reedy, you had a question?
Yeah, just, it's not related to the Tim Hortons or whatever, but, so will there be active transportation going through the north side of Happy Land Park?
That's correct. It would be just on the edge of the north side. So what happens is we have unidirectional bike lanes on the Marion Goulet couplet. And then once you get past Uville, it becomes a multi-use path on the south side of Marion. So yeah, the north side of the park, yeah.
Right, and then it's proposed to continue on
It
across
continues
Archibald?
on all the way to La Jamodier.
Oh, it does. So would that be taking up a piece of the Tim Hortons property?
No, I don't believe we are on that side. We do take some property from Tim Hortons, but I don't think that's, so there's a little bit of loss of parking, not on that side, because that's on the other side of the creek that's going through. But I think their main concern is access and viability of the business.
Yeah, I get that. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, well, you know what? We said we'd lay it over. Well, like, there's nothing, another 30 days isn't the end of the world, right? So on this one, it's been years. So let's just lay it over. We'll give those guys a chance. So I'll update them on the fact that it's on the same page. I didn't catch that either. So.
We did meet with them several times, so they're aware of exactly what we're doing. Nothing's really going to change, but that's fine if you want to lay it over.
Yeah, I'm okay with laying it over. How about the committee members?
That was B? Yeah, here it is. Okay.
Yeah.
And page?
5.
So.
Oh, there it is.
My question is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were going to delay it till we got an image, but it is there, so.
It is there.
I'm just thinking, like, to delay it 30 days, like, what's the expectation that's going to happen in 30 days?
Well,
That
we should-
somehow some people are going to show up here and we're going to stop the
No,
complete
no,
street project?
no,
or-
No, we should give the opportunity for the individual who expressed concern this morning, the opportunity to review it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, the one other thing I would, just to give you a little bit of statistics here, the queue that's gonna, like by 2040, the queue that's gonna back up is gonna be about 140 meters long. That's the northbound left and northbound through movements on Archibald to go to Marion. Our median length that we're actually putting in is only 97 meters, so that gives you an idea that is how far the queue is. So if you start allowing, like, put in additional median cuts and allow those less, it's not safe for the traffic because there's driver stress to try and make those turns. And it'll also back up the traffic and cause more congestion through the intersection.
How recent was road work done in that section?
We, as part of the Accelerated Roads program, we did all of Archibald, except we left the section where the intersection is. So, so that we actually want to get in and do that, but
So again, how recent is the road work on Archibald in that area?
just a couple of years ago, other than this section, because we left it out. But this section needs it just like the rest of Archibald did.
The limit is right at the co-op.
Yeah, St. Catharines. I think.
St. Cat, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll have a motion to lay it over
Yeah.
for 30 days.
I'll move that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, so Mr. Clerk, I believe our next one,
Is item 12.
item 12, is Graham Avenue. Okay. So I've had a lot of discussion on Graham Avenue. We have a map in here on transit and cyclists and truck routes and passenger vehicles permitted. That seems to be a big concern. I don't know, is there anything specific you'd like to say about this?
There's not a lot to say about this. It's mainly paperwork, red tape type stuff. Because we're making the changes to Graham, we need to make updates to what it is in terms of the bylaws.
I have a question.
Councillor Reedy has a question, and then I have a question.
Yeah, we just recently got back from Ottawa, Federation of Canadian Municipalities. So no longer buses on there. I mean, because we have one-way streets, there are some sections that motor vehicles do use. Would this be temporary? Like, is there a look at creating a Byward or Spark Street kind of,
That is already underway, Councillor.
so they'll be closing the east-west streets, right?
They're closing segments of it to make it into a
Market.
walkway and AT and like biking and walking and even like event
Patio,
space. Yeah,
restaurants.
patio, like basketball. They've been talking about different uses they can have on it. They've been talking to the stakeholders, to True North, to the library. They've been talking about different ways we can revitalize the space, and so that there's a plan in place for that, and it's quite a ways through. I believe there's a presentation coming on it soon.
Oh, okay, so this, you need to do those.
Yeah,
as soon
this
as
is-
the-
this
as
is
soon as
tandem with
transit's
that,
off
yes.
of here, you need to do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I really support this plan. I think it's great. Again, having been in Calgary last year for FCM and being on Stephen Street, and then Ottawa this year being on Spark Street, I think this is a great addition for the city of Winnipeg. The only concern that I have is that there's two surface parking lots that adorn a good portion. Actually, yeah, two surface parking lots that adorn a good portion of this roadway. That, I mean, there would be better opportunities for businesses to be there, whether it's restaurants or some sort of other activities?
Yeah, pop-up retail, like,
Yeah.
I've seen uses like that. We know that it's like there's a process to follow with this. The things we can do in the short term is to modify the street. The things we can do in the longer term, working with the rest of the public service, is to look for opportunities to invigorate the uses adjacent to it, make them the sort of uses you want adjacent to a thing like this. Right now, it's kind of not the best kind of conditions because it's got this bus corridor. Without those buses there, it could be something quite different. We're making little steps towards that right now, working with PP&E. We expect it as this matures and we find like the benefits of it, we can continue to work on it and change and adapt the land use adjacent to it.
So at the far east entrance off of Main and the far west entrance off of Vaughan Street, buses and vehicles will still be allowed, but they'll have to turn on Carlton.
Yeah,
or
there's
Fort
going to
Street?
be locations where the tins will be forced so that you can't continue through. This discussion right now with emergency services about the access to the buildings and maintaining access for emergency vehicles, but not encouraging motorists to zip through it. Like they're like the only person who figured that out. So the answer, like, what do we do with the solutions? Do we put gates up? Do we put bollards up? Do we put removable chains or something up? We're still working on those details. I think we're very close to that being finalized. But yeah, there will be forced turns for vehicles, and there will be signage and communication that will explain, used to be like this, now it's changing. We have to get that messaging as part of this plan.
And, from a safety perspective, whether it's bollards or jersey barriers or some other sort of preventative access point, remembering what happened in Vancouver.
That's right, and that's where that conversation came up, is because we want to make sure this is a safe environment, that people feel comfortable using it, and it's robust enough that, yeah, it doesn't allow for that kind of unwanted activity to happen.
Thank you.
Okay, I did have one question. So once the buses are off it at the end of the month, they're off it, then how long does it take to get it to 30K? Like, do we put in a?
Yeah, this is what this bylaw is going to do that. We're trying to set things up so that they're as seamless as possible, so that they almost like dovetail into one another. We know that's not always possible with real life versus what's ideal.
Right.
But the idea of getting these things approved now is so that we can convert it as rapidly as possible, and it's sort of seamless for the public. So there's not like a weird transition phase between it closing down and reopening.
Okay, so then this comes to council, and then that's that. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Okay, that's great. So motion to.
Move it?
Move it? Okay, Councillor Chambers, motion to move it. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, now, Mr. Clerk, which number 15?
15, you wanted
Okay.
to.
Yes, because when you weren't here, Councillor Reedy, we moved omnibus motion that all the ones that are laid over
Extension of
or
time.
extensions of time, we just passed them already.
Voted on?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So now, the annual report on the Road Safety Strategic Action Plan. I know you wanted to have a little more time, but I don't want you to have a little more time. And we talked about it. You think you can come back within a few months? Like, you don't have to, I know you're waiting for some data from the province or from MPI.
Well, that's the MPI data.
Yeah.
Right, and I mean, that stuff we can wait forever, but there's all kinds of other, I'm sure, good stuff in the road safety report or the strategic action plan update that you could share with us that I
Yeah,
think is.
let's change it to 120 days rather than like the 240.
Sure.
And then we'll report back on what we have, and we'll explain within that report if we don't have the content from
right.
MPI, that will come at a future report.
Sure, okay. So then that would bring it back to when? That would bring it to 120 days is what?
November, I believe.
November. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good with
Is that okay with that, instead of 240 days? Because
Before a budget vote, too.
they're doing a lot of good work in the road safety file and the department there, and we want to hear about it and share that news with the public. So, okay, so that's the motion that, you want to make that motion, Councilor Reedy?
I'll move it, yeah.
120 days, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried, okay. And then.
Item 18.
18 is the traffic control signal for University Crescent at Markham.
Yep, so these reports, we have to, whenever we want to make a change to add a new piece of signal infrastructure, we've got to bring a report to Standing Policy Committee. With the public service here is recommending a new traffic control signal to be installed at the University Crescent in Markham. It would serve the Southwood Circle Phase 1 development. There's a pedestrian corridor to the south there right now. We would be modifying because of that, we're going to have to modify that when we add this new signal.
And the developer is paying for it, which is great, right? That's the way I read it. Is
Yeah,
that
that's correct, yeah. For this one, then we've got the resources to pay for it, so we just need to do the paperwork of bringing it here to advise you that it's being added to the network.
Right. Okay, so even though we've got lights at Sifton, we're going to put them at Markham. I guess.
Yeah, well, it says that we've got the light, we've got the light there, we've got the light at Dysart as well. We'll be adding this new light in, but we'll be taking out the pedestrian crosswalk that's between
Yes.
Sifton and Markham.
Yeah, no, that's good. To support Phase 1 of Southwood Circle. Okay, so anyone want to make a motion? Councillor Chambers?
Yes,
It's
so moved.
your neck of the woods, mine, but yours. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, traffic control signals for Wilkes Avenue and Charleswood Road.
So this is a similar report. There's development happening in this area. We've got resources from the developer towards improvements. We want to install the signal at Wilkes and Charleswood.
Okay. I did speak to Councillor Duncan about it. He was supportive of it.
Yeah, he's been asking us about improvements for Wilkes, and this will help with that.
Yeah. Okay, all right, so
I'll move it.
motion from Councillor Eady?
Yeah, I'll move.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. And that's a wrap, right? So.
19 and 20?
No, we
What did you
had,
do with Watt and,
Forward,
Oh, okay.
lay over.
with what?
there's a,
That was asked to be laid over for 30 days.
no, we had laid it over last month.
I know, but we got another request to lay it over.
Lay it over again?
Yes, yes,
We heard from,
I know. Well,
Yeah.
that was a request.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
All
we'll
right.
lay it over one more time.
all right.
We'll move adjournment?
Yeah, now we move adjournment. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.